I try to be a better person around my kids. I really do. I try to change my behavior around them. Like I have rules in my house, they all apply to me. Like I have a rule that I don't curse around my kids. It's a rule. It does happen. You know, sometimes you have a stressful moment, you're with your kids, so you say something by mistake. Like one time I was making dinner for my kids, and I gave my daughter a bowl of soup, and I said, here's your fucking soup. But you can see how that was a tough situation. You're supposed to teach your kids right from wrong. I don't know, it's confusing, you know? Some people raise their kids religiously, and that kind of covers it. They kind of go, all this, do that. I'm not raising my kids religiously, because I feel like it. Let's get up on a Sunday, fuck that. Fuck that. Let your souls rot, kids. I don't care, I'm not getting it. Daddy, who's Jesus? None of your business, go back to bed. But my kids, you know, they're living in the world, and there's a lot of religion in the world, so you do have to teach your kids, if you're not raising them religiously, you do have to teach them about religion, you know? I always tell my kids the same thing. I tell them that there are many religions in the world, and they're all equal, but the Christians are the main one. That's what I tell them. The Christians won, they're the winners, so act accordingly. Congratulate Christians when you meet them. Because they won the world. And it's true. It's true. We love to tell ourselves, like, every religion is exactly... No, they're not. Christians won everything. A long time ago. If you don't...
There's a bald eagle peeing on the...
If you don't believe me, that's what I tell them. The Christians won, they're the winners, so act accordingly. Congratulate Christians when you meet them, because they won the world. And it's true, it's true. We love to tell ourselves, like, every religion is exactly... No, they're not. The Christians won everything a long time ago. If you don't believe me, let me ask you a question. What year is it? I mean, come on. What year is it according to the entire human race? And why? What year is it? Anybody, sir, just yell out the year. Thank you. 2016. No, it's 20.
God bless Louis C.K. for not giving up on comedy. We deserve this.
That's right. It's twice. And why? What year is it?
I think he's currently making his best content that he's ever made. And that should be expected. But it's still impressive. Lots of people fall off when they get older.
Anybody, sir, just yell out the year. If you don't believe me, let me ask you a question. What year is it? I mean, come on. What year is it according to the entire human race? And why? What year is it? Anybody, sir, just yell out the year. Thank you. 2016. No, it's 20. That's right. It's 2017. What is that? That's a number. It's not just any number. It must be a very important number, because we're counting to it in unison as a species. For thousands of years, we've been going 1, 2, 3. Come on, everybody, 4. And now.
Oh, apparently this is not recent. Apparently this is from 2017. That's wild. Hopefully he's doing stuff now that's better than this, but this is pretty damn good.
Come on, Africa, 5, 6. For thousands of years, we've been going 1, 2, 3. Come on, everybody, 4. And now, come on, Africa, 5, 6. What is this number? We're counting the days Since what? Since there was ever people? Or since the sun did a something? Not at all. It's been 2017 years since what? Anybody, yell it out. Since, yes, Christ! Christ! That's right. It's 2017 years since Christ! Jesus! We are counting the days since Jesus together. Which makes sense if you're Christian, but what the fuck are the rest of us doing? Jesus was here, Jesus was here, Jesus was here. Everybody's scientists, historians. Jesus, Jesus. Jesus plus 2, Jesus plus 3, Jesus plus 4. Jesus plus 2017 years, 4 months, and 3 days is when your license expires. How is that not a win for the Christians? How is that not a complete win? That's not a Monday off in October. There was no time before Jesus. And the whole world went, okay, sure. And then somebody was like, what about the years before him? There were billions, I mean, infinity. Those go backwards. You want us to measure most of history backwards? To accommodate one religion? Uh-huh. All right, we'll do it. It's fine. We'll do it.
Fucking hilarious.
The whole world. You ever watch New Year's Eve around the world? They always show you like how every country celebrates. It's kind of cool. The first, there's one little island. It's the first place that's actually the place that it's the year. It's a little island in the Pacific. I don't forget what it's called, but the people, they do a little ceremony for New Year's Eve every year, and they just wear grass because they don't even have sticks yet. They're in the grass age. They have no clocks, but they do a dance. 2017. And it goes around the world. Oh, it's 2017. Death to all Christians in 2017.
Fucking hilarious, dude.
The Jews are quietly keeping track. It's really 5,766. We're just, that's okay. We're just keeping track for when you snap out of it. It's all right. I'll write yours on my check. I don't want a problem.
Oh, fucking hell.
What about Chinese New Year? Yeah, what about Chinese New Year? All right. Next time you're doing your taxes, just write monkey where the year goes. Just put monkey. See what happens to your funds. No, it's 2017, year of our Lord. Jesus-y, a clock on the nose. And they made it up. That's the weirdest part. Is they got to rename years that had already taken place. Because you know that's not what those years were. You know that, right? That the year 3 wasn't the year 3 during the year 3. Nobody was walking around back then. Hey, what year is it? It's 3. Yeah, but I'm 28. How can I be 28? There's only been 3. Oh, well, see, you were born in BC 24. And there's a 0. Remember it went backwards? Oh shit, that was stressful. I hated those years. What was that like? What year is it? 10. What year is it now? 9. What the fuck is gonna happen?
Absolutely hilarious. All right, we'll let him do another bit.
Do you guys think there's a God? How many of you, by applause, believe there's a God? How many people? All right, it's about 30 out of 1,400. That's nice. That's nice. That shit's over. It's just fucking over. You go to a church, it's like going to a roller skating rink on a Wednesday. It's like, this used to be something. What happened? I don't know. I don't think there's a God. And that's not a conviction. I just don't suppose. I just reckon there ain't. I reckon there ain't no Lord. And because I don't believe there's a God, I fucking hope there's not a God. I fucking hope. Oh, please. If you don't believe in God, you better fucking hope. You better get on your knees and pray. Please, God, don't be. That's a bad thing to be wrong about. That's how bad wrong. You're an atheist your whole life and you die and you're like, oh. Oh, you're shitting with a beard and everything. Fuck. Oh. Yeah, I'm going. Yep. Being wrong the other way is not a big problem. If you believe in God, yeah, I'm going. Yep. Being wrong the other way is not a big problem. If you believe in God and you're wrong, you don't really have a problem. It gives you a little comfort during your stupid life. And then at the end, you're just seriously disappointed. For like a second. It's the last feeling you get to have. You die. Nothing? Seriously, nothing? Yeah, just get in the dumpster. Sorry. Sorry, you're just garbage now. I mean, if you don't believe in God, that's what you believe, that when you die, you're just garbage. You are your family's newest garbage. My mom died last year, and we asked her, like, what do you want, like, before she died? We didn't ask her, Mom! Mom! Fuck! I asked my mom what she wanted us to do with her body, and she said, just burn it. That's what she said. Burn it. What, in the yard with leaves? What the fuck? She didn't want a funeral, no pageantry, nothing. So she booked it herself. That was her last act as an American consumer. She went online with a credit card and she booked her own cremation. It's true. At a place called Boston Crematorium. Just this place that burns bums and dogs all day. And they just folded my mom into the workload. We didn't even know, just this guy showed up. I'm here for you, Ma. All right, Sully, she's in there. And he went in there to prepare her. My sisters are waiting in the hall, and he was in there for a while. I didn't say anything. I'm just saying he was in there with my mom for a long time. That's all I'm saying. And also that I was worried he was fucking my dead mother. Anyway, then he brought her out in a kind of a nice bag, and he put her in a van, just his van. It was like a '98 Ford Windstar with a bottle of red Gatorade rolling around in the back. It's the last time I saw my mom. It's what she wanted. She didn't believe in this God shit. She just didn't. I was in Florida recently. I don't like Florida at all. That's a shit state full of shit people. That's what I think. I hate Florida. I hate it. I hate the whole thing. The entire. It looks like it doesn't look like a dick. People say that. It looks like a shit coming out. If you look at it, it's like America's ass, and it's a shit. It's just that you're trying to. And there's a little. Cuba's like a little bit that came first. That's what I think of Florida. Every time there's a hurricane, I'm like, yeah, get them all, Melissa. No, I don't mean any of that. It's just fun. It's fun to pretend. I was in a sushi restaurant in Florida, and it was empty. You ever go to a restaurant and it's open, but you're literally the only person in there. You walk in, the staff is like sitting at the tables, you know?
Yes.
And you walk, you're like, are you open? They're like, yeah. And so you go, oh, good. And they're like, oh, we gotta fire up the whole fucking restaurant for this one guy now? So I ordered a lot of sushi because I felt bad for wasting their time. And I didn't eat most of it because I don't like sushi. And so the waitress comes over, she's Japanese, and she says, you know Phoenix? Which is what she said, I'm not. It's just what she said, I'm not gonna change what she fucking said. I'm not gonna lie to you and say that she said you're not gonna finish that, because it doesn't happen to be what she said. And I have to do the accent, because it's weird if I tell you that she said, you know Finnish? So I'm stuck.
To the person whose name begins
Just telling you
with
what
Y,
happened.
I cannot pronounce your name, so please tell me.
She said, you know Finnish? Do you know Finnish? That's exactly what she said. It's a perfect replica. No, it was subtle. She said, you know Finnish? And I said, no, I know Finnish. Because I think that's...
Deidre, if you're listening,
I think it's polite to repeat people's bad English to them. Otherwise, you're being a dick. It's like, you know Finnish? No, I am not going to finish. You left out a lot of words. I took the liberty of restoring them. I was in upstate New York in a small town, and I was standing in front of a drugstore.
There's a bald eagle peeing on data centers. It's a bad sign for data centers.
No regular people are advocating for mass surveillance in their own communities.
The background was Louis C.K. That was just
joining me today
just for fun while I was sitting down. Now I'm listening to some
Brian, how are you?
background Pod Save America collab with Brian Tyler
today
Cohen,
we're going to focus on what I think is
I like
the
to listen
sleeper
to
issue
all sorts of people that I disagree with.
Data centers. It is popping up in every race.
And occasionally everyone's right about
primaries. It is becoming a signature division between the Trump administration and Trump Republicans and the rest of the country. And if you are fortunate or unfortunate on how you think about it to watch television in a state with a big race this year, you're seeing a lot of data center ads. Let's start with an ad from Gina Hinojosa, who's a Democrat running for governor in Texas.
Why is my electric bill going up?
Absolutely. Happy to help. Data center production and energy use in Texas is skyrocketing to meet AI's needs. For your future.
What? Who authorized that?
Greg Abbott. Abbott took $20 million in campaign donations from data center executives and companies, and he gave them billions in tax breaks. For your future.
My future? How does this help me?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Great question. Happy to help.
What do you think of this spot, Brian?
So I think that it's really effective. There's a few reasons why. First and foremost, it doesn't use the politician's own words. So by virtue of using Google, it kind of takes it into an environment that I think everybody is used to for getting their information, and it doesn't cloud it with, okay, this is one politician talking shit on another politician. It takes it out of that. Like, everybody uses Google to find their information for this stuff. So by putting the narrator in that frame, it kind of takes the political element out of these things.
Yeah, the context here is interesting. Abbott was very, very pro-data center. He was encouraging it to become the state. He is trying to change the position on that. But what Hinojosa has zoned in on here is one of the main reasons that people make data centers is jacking up their utility prices. Electric bills are up. And the places where you see the strongest opposition to data centers are places like Texas, also Maine, that have really high utility bills. And so there was a big battle in this race, which is shockingly close. The polls have within a couple points. There's been a long time since the Democrats have been a couple points for Texas governor. We haven't had a Democratic governor in Texas in this century, which is a sad thing to say. And so they're battling over this. And so in some cases, and we'll see some matchups, it's about the question of moratorium and what data centers are coming. In Texas, because Abbott has changed his position, it is about the costs borne by you to the data centers that are already in the state, which Abbott has taken responsibility for and actually taken a ton of credit for. There's all kinds of video of him getting, sort of encouraging these data centers to come in, praising them, talking about what a huge advantage is to Texas, and he's tried to change his position, now she's holding him accountable for the consequences of that decision.
I think it's going to be more difficult too because, especially in these deep red states where there is entrenched Republican control, there's this sense of impunity that these people can do whatever they want regardless of what the voters want them to do because their power is so entrenched. And I think that we're seeing now, look, I doubt that Greg Abbott thought that he was going to have an actual contender that he was going to have to go up against for his position, but now we're seeing that there is one, and now he has to be held accountable for all the positions that he thought he was going to be able to skate by with. And so this is like the interesting byproduct of having strong Democratic nominees, whether you're talking about Gina Hinojosa for governor, whether you're talking about James Talarico for the U.S. Senate. This is a real election. Now, some of these positions that Republicans thought that they'd be able to espouse with impunity are not going to be that easy to hold on to.
If you like this video, and you like God's Internet, I promise you'll love Message Box, which is my Substack newsletter, where I break down what's happening in politics, give you real analysis based on years of experience and data about what's happening in the midterms, and actually help you understand where you have to create something, what campaigns matter, where to give money, how you can volunteer. If you want to sign up, I hope you do the link in the screen. If you sign up now, you can get 20% off for you. In most cases, you have Democrats going on the offense on data centers. However, in Wisconsin, one of the things that came out of that primary was Francesca Hong, in the governor's primary there, was for a data center moratorium. David Crowley was for a more nuanced position, wasn't for a moratorium per se, but he had a series of guardrails and requirements to meet for data centers. But that was an issue of division that was really hyped up in that primary. As soon as that primary ended with Crowley winning, Tom Tiffany, who is the election denying Republican nominee, went up with his head.
Data center David Crowley. There's an opportunity for us to really become an AI and a data hub for not only for the entire country, but for the entire globe.
And he wants you to pay for it. Data center David Crowley won't roll back data center tax incentives. Our lakes have been dry. Family farms paved over. Why? Because Crowley's campaign is funded by the people building them. Data center David Crowley. Big tech wins. Wisconsin pays.
This ad is striking because it's basically like the inverse of an ad that Sherrod Brown has been running against Jack Husted in Ohio, where Jack Husted is the pro-data center person who's taking all the money from data center interests, but here we have it being levied against a Democrat. What do you think?
So I think it is an effective ad, and David Crowley is going to have to come out and figure out how to get in front of this, but I think that there is an unintended consequence of this that's going to land in Tom Tiffany's lap, which is he shares a very similar position to David Crowley. And he's also accepted money from people who oppose any AI moratoriums or data center moratoriums. And so there is, I think, some danger in grooming your audience to think that data centers and AI funding is disqualifying if you espouse that exact same position.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And he is very, very supportive of Donald Trump, who wants literally to build a data center on every corner. Who can't stop talking about the benefits of data centers. He is funded, I don't know what data center interests necessarily mean, but Tiffany has and will take a lot of money from
it's
companies that support it. The policies here in
data center
Wisconsin are interesting because
anti-data center ads
this is a
against
really bipartisan legislation to try to encourage data centers to come in because you have a bunch of rural areas who are in desperate need of an economic engine. And you have building trade unions who support data centers, who want these jobs to come in. And so, I am for a moratorium, and it tends to be for a moratorium, but the argument for it has to be, we're for a moratorium so that the local communities start
In fact,
out.
I think you should
in a
have to publicly
negotiating-
list
in the
your
strongest
positions on
negotiating
issues,
position possible.
and then
They
it should
can
be
then say,
illegal for you to
if you want to
contradict
build a
those
data
issues
center here,
in
then you
any,
have to A,
in
pay for
any of your
your
advertising.
you
And
have
it
to
should
help
be
our
illegal for
community
anyone
in
to
the
do so on
following
your
ways,
behalf
right?
too.
You know,
Enforce some
we're
honesty
going to share in
after
the
this, how about
profits.
that?
You're going to help fund infrastructure investments or clean water or whatever it is. But so there is this middle ground that Crowley was trying to do, I think, in a very intellectually honest way. Occupy, but is putting on the political defensive here. He is up with an ad. That's his first ad to general election, which is sort of his bio intro ad. But in it, among the other things he does, he talks about holding data centers accountable and holding big tech accountable. So he's beginning the process of pushing back on this.
Do you think that the simplicity of the Republican ad is going to be a particular problem for him? I mean, they're picking up the mantle that was left by Francesca Hong, and it was a pretty simple ad. I mean, you know, they used the tried and true tactic of alliteration, but like in that this has been a recurring theme. What do you think is the best route for David Crowley to push back? Does he try and pin this on Tom Tiffany just as much as himself to try and kind of neutralize the attack? Does he try and explain, and possibly shoulder the risk of if you're explaining, you're losing? What's the best way for him
I think
to
my point of view is he should adopt a moratorium. I think that's the simplest way to do it, because ultimately a moratorium under the framework that I just mentioned is not inconsistent with what I think his view is, which is there's going to be a huge burden on these tech companies, these AI companies, to meet in order to build these data centers, and the decision has to be by the local community. A moratorium strengthens the hand of the local community, and so just simply saying you're for that, which is, I think it's not really changing the position, it's just changing the language to describe his position, would help him in this place. And then he goes after Tiffany, to your point, for being full of it and and being basically lying, being hypocritical. And then the last thing, I would pin Trump's data center AI policy on Tiffany, which is very hard for Tiffany to deny or avoid or push back on without getting the ire of Trump.
Right, and I think that's the most important point is whether it's for Tom Tiffany or any of these other MAGA Republican candidates, if you don't give Donald Trump 100% loyalty, 100% fealty, then he'll strike back at you. And so they have to choose between being put in a miserable position of entirely hugging Donald Trump and thereby embodying every unpopular position that he espouses, or they can distance themselves from Trump, but then risk being on the receiving end of his ire, and that's not good for his base either, which he controls 30% of the electorate, and they'll do whatever he says. So he really did put them in a miserable position here, and by virtue of giving them no latitude heading into the election, he really makes it difficult for them to win in environments where he's saddling them with his 33% approval rate.
And then he has on a position on data centers that's even more unpopular than Trump himself.
Yes.
So, just saying that.
Positive America Breaking News is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. With everyday interactions becoming increasingly impersonal, someone going just one extra step each year. Like when my doctor takes the time to call me with test results instead of sending them electronically. They came back positive for gay. Makes me feel like a human being. If you're hiring, great candidates can also go the extra step and tell you why they're interested in your job on ZipRecruiter as a way to stand out from others in between. And ZipRecruiter has a new feature showing you the most interested, qualified candidates first, so you can meet the right people faster. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds qualified candidates quickly. Candidates can tell you in their own words why they're interested in your job. So try ZipRecruiter and meet great candidates who will go the extra step for your job. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it today at ZipRecruiter.com/crooked. That's ZipRecruiter.com/crooked. ZipRecruiter, meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Some people who may be watching this are thinking, like, they may have the places where the data center debate is huge, or sort of wondering, like, how big a deal is this people really care about it, has it recruited people into that? And I want to show this commercial from Liquid Death featuring none other than Jason Kelsey.
AI data centers waste millions of gallons of water. That's why Liquid Death and GarageBand decided to team up. We want your P to cool these data centers. We want your P. Please give us your P. Let's be on computers together. Let's be on computers together.
So what are you waiting for? Go ahead and have another garage beer or liquid death sparkling energy. Then send your fee to the AI data center of your choice. We need to make it easy with these collectible sealable mugs.
So if you were sitting at an AI company or a data center industry and you see Taylor Swift's brother-in-law peeing in a jar and then encouraging people to send their pee near his data center, you have to be somewhat concerned about the politics of this.
Yeah, not great. Look, I think that it's abundantly clear by now that politics is downstream of culture. And so when we see ads like this with a huge cultural phenom like Jason Kelsey, and an otherwise apolitical and pretty, a brand that has cultural clout or cachet, which is Liquid Death, both of them kind of shitting on the issue of data centers, it's clear.
I think peeing on the issue of data centers.
Yes, let's find that. Number one, not number two.
Yes.
Then it's pretty clear where they stand on this thing. And so at this point, it really is a jump ball. But seeing stuff like this, if the Democrats don't jump on this and recognize that they can still own this cultural issue, I think it's political malpractice because we're already seeing which way the wind is blowing in a huge way. And look, that's also, on the merits of the ad itself, that ad's got everything for earned media potential. I mean, it has every piece of the equation in order to go viral. And so obviously, it's going to reach a far and wide audience. But yeah, I mean, I think that puts it on full display, like where the issue of data centers lies in the minds of regular American people. Especially, look, this is a more manosphere-coded, right-coded space when you're talking about Jason Kelsey, when you're talking about Liquid Death, and so I think that, if you're not taking advantage of this issue right now, you are just kind of dropping something that will be really important as we head towards 26 and 28.
There's a bald eagle peeing on data centers. So that's at data centers. Okay, I want to end with an issue that's not data centers, but I think might be the closest thing we have to the next data center of American politics. It's flock cameras. Here's a video put out by Abdullah Syed, the Michigan Senate Democratic nominee.
Hey, you don't feel like you're in a cage, kind of stuck, being watched? Well, because you are. There's been this mass proliferation of flock cameras, any and everywhere. Little cameras watching your every move to collect information about you without you even noticing. That's all been part of a regime that's been pushed by, well, this guy.
Somebody must be doing something exactly right.
But who would be complaining?
Somebody who obviously was violated. You can't have your privacy violated if you don't know your privacy is violated.
Who happens to be the guy I'm running against? That's Mike Rogers, who wants to be Michigan's next U.S. Senator, not if I have anything to say about it. So if you believe like me that you shouldn't just be surveilled because you're driving along the street, then I hope I can hear your support. Because we've got to stand up to this massive surveillance apparatus that is being built behind closed doors and behind our back.
What do you know about flock cameras and what do you think of this video?
So what I know about them is interesting because they're being positioned all across the country. They run 24 hours a day. They surveil 24 hours a day. They're used to catch criminals, but at the same time they're faulty, and so people have been stopped and in some cases arrested. But the AI that the flock camera use hasn't exactly caught the correct license plate, for example, and so they're causing a lot of issues. But overall, it's just this idea of general mass surveillance that's taking over this country. And I think that this is ripe for exploitation on the left especially, because the American people have been primed to reject this kind of big government mass surveillance oversight that they've run against for so long. And now it's this administration that's presiding over a country where we're seeing this kind of stuff proliferate. And so it's an interesting dynamic where the country was already groomed to hate this kind of thing, and now their side is responsible for putting it in place. And it's not dissimilar to the Epstein files, where you had the right that was spending so much time denigrating the two-tiered justice system that now they can see the Trump administration is responsible for perpetuating. And so it's the left that has to pick up the mantle of saying, like, hey, we need some accountability, we need some justice as it relates to the Epstein files. So this is the same thing. Like, you have an entire electorate that's been groomed to despise this kind of thing that is now being proliferated by the very people who are leading those chants to condemn this stuff.
I don't know if this will ever be data center because data center is this giant, massive building being built. People's communities jacking up their electricity prices. But this is another example of big tech, big government, elites coming in and keeping an eye on the American people. You know, one of the cardinal rules of politics is you want to find issues that unite your base and divide theirs. And this platform fits right in that issue because Democrats do not want the Trump administration spying on them, and Republicans theoretically do not want big government spying on them. And so there is division within the Republican Party all over this issue. And so finding a way to talk about this, to drive those divisions, I think is very effective. So this is one of those issues I'm going to keep my eye on in the months and weeks to come. And I think maybe it'll be a big issue by election day 2026, but I think it'll definitely be a big topic of discussion in 2028 for the Democratic primary.
You know, it's already a viral issue because there are people that are traveling across the country and cutting the flock cameras down, and that's garnering huge views on digital platforms, on short-form platforms, Instagram Reels, on TikTok, on YouTube Shorts, where people either give directions on how to do it, but they do it in tongue-in-cheek, and they say, like, here's how not to cut down a flock camera, or it just shows people who are covered and cutting them down, and they've, like, become these quasi, like, heroes in their communities, these vigilante heroes in their communities, because, yes, sure, it's vandalism, we're cutting this private property down, but at the same time, there is nobody who's advocating, no regular people who are advocating for the proliferation of mass surveillance in their own communities. And so it's already created that viral attention that I think has made the vast majority of Americans clear where they stand on that issue.
Well, I think that's a great place to end it. Brian, thanks as always for being on Put Questions Jack, and we will talk to you soon.
Dan, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Cameras are great, but they can be misused by humans just like anything else.
Beowulf, I think that's the single nicest thing you've ever said to me. Thank you.
Negative chance in that kind of spot. What's the value of doing that in a fucking G plus 30 district? I just look hard to do that in a district.
Because then your D, I can't do it, I can't. Because your D plus 30 district should be party cheerleaders. Those should be the people who are trying to champion and build your party. They're the ones who are in the safest area to do so, of course.
I'm not sure of every lefty, right? Like, I feel like my guy, that I'm able to play card, Overboy, I'm able to play card, the Dean, I'm able to play card, and
Interesting. What do these people all have in common? They're smaller content creators. I wonder if that's by design. That the only people that would be willing to allow that hard push are people that don't have as much to lose. Now you get to the real piece part of it, because everything except for now my guess is the next thing is there are people who do feel like the Democratic Party brand is ass and it's terrible and horrible and they just suck. This is, I think, more honest. This is the action.
I'm not fully committed to this position, but I'm going to say something. It might be a little controversial. Tell me what you think. There is a part of me that thinks that maybe the best outcome could be that we run the board, win back the Senate, but also lose Michigan. Just to fucking gut check these people. What do you thought about that? I know, it's fine. It's great. Listen, it doesn't make any sense. We need every seat that we can get. That's like 55% of me, or 60 or 65%. But there is like a third of me that's like, well, maybe we will fucking go.
I don't know if, I can't tell from that, maybe because I haven't seen how Chicago right now, but like, is he, I don't know if he realizes that these guys are like very much on board with these guys. I'm not sure, I can't tell, I don't know.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no, like that, I couldn't disagree more with that sentiment, because the margin in the Senate is going to be vital for all the next presidential terms. These are 6-year terms.
Especially Fetterman.
Fetterman proved a Democratic majority. By the way, as a guy, just super chatted again, we both looked a little bit for 5 minutes ago, all moving towards Democrat, Texas, and Iowa Senator. And I thought that Texas governor now likely arguing for the solid Iowa governor is now lean Democrat. Thank you for that. Andre and Lyle.
Who's running for governor in Texas? Wait, governor?
He knows, I think it's over H, but he knows that. I don't know if that's right.
That race was not even on my radar. But do you understand, like, he says no. But do you understand, like, why I would have that view? Even if you don't agree, do you understand where that comes from?
I think the DSA is a real big threat to democratic outcomes. And so, if you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, there's that part of you that wants to do that.
Yes, but like, why do I think that the DSA is a threat to, I don't know about democratic outcomes, but they're a threat, the threat that they pose is they could wrap up the party. Like, I'm not a person where I think the DSA can take over. And I was arguing with DDG a little bit in my chat today. There's nothing to me that indicates that DSA has broad national appeal. There's nothing to me that indicates that they, number one, have a vision that is palatable enough and appealing enough to voters to actually win a sizable chunk of the Democratic Party, seats or whatever. And number two, I think that they're so undisciplined and arrogant right now. And that's just like a very bad combination. But I do think that the possibility of them...
Maybe the candidates?
Yeah. Well, I'm not just candidates, but like the entire kind of operation for DSA. And to a lesser extent, like the broader kind of like anti-establishment left. But if they don't know...
He's undisciplined and Fayed is undisciplined.
I don't know why he, I don't know how I should explain this, but he's always plays this game of like, who are you talking about? Like the like I don't know if there's like some secret backroom agreement or whatever, like they can never ever talk about like the online figures, like the Kyle Lewinsky, the Crystal Ball, the Sam Seager, like they can just never acknowledge it. I don't know why, it's so weird to me. He does this every time, the voters, like, I don't know.
No, but they're outliers. That's my point. The reason why we talk so much about Mamdani is because, like, and the reason why, the online populist left focuses so much on Mamdani and AOC, and to a lesser extent, Abdul Azad, is because they're exceptions to the rule. Like, they are actually polished in a way that the rest of them are just, like, not. But yeah, I think the real threat is that you've been 10, 15, 20, maybe 20, maybe, and then wrap up the party. I mean, like, block legislation or, yeah.
So I'm just in terms of track record, and you can say that it's not like it is now, and so I'm still not producing track record. I'm more concerned by portfolio. I'm more concerned, like all else equal, from an individual like Sheriff Brown, right? I'm more concerned with certainly like a veteran type or Kirsten Sinema type. I'm more concerned with the Ruben Gallego type. And the reason for that is just the recent track record of capitulation from a lot of those individuals. Just really, right? Like in terms of who's done Biden's Democratic coalition, by which I mean the voting members who talk to the Democrats, it will.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to a very special news show that we're doing, rounding up the news of the week. Joining me, of course, is Francis Foster, but also a very good friend of the show, Winston Marshall of the Winston Marshall Show and editor of Spike Translator. Great to have you guys. Looking forward to having this chat with everybody. We've got 3 stories that we're going to focus on this week. We've got Jason Ardy and the fallout from his tragic taking of his own life. We'll talk about the debate about illegal immigration, particularly there's the conversation, the Home Office is very helpfully put up.
Welcome to Podcast America. I'm Dan Pike. Today I'm joined by Danielle Butterfield, the Executive Director of Priorities USA, one of the largest and most important super PACs in Democratic politics. Priorities USA does a lot of essential digital work in the party, building infrastructure, investing in research and data, and running ads to reach the voters and campaigns often struggle to reach. They're in the midst of a massive study about how less engaged voters are getting their information on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and even AI chatbots. The platforms will decide the 2028 election whether we like it or not. Priorities has already started a $30 million campaign to define the 2028 Republicans by J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio. And I invited Danielle on the podcast to unpack that research and talk about what they found. We dove into their findings, talked about how the media environment has changed for the 2024 election, and broke down some of the ads they're already running. It was a great conversation, and we'll get to it in a minute. But before we do, please consider becoming a paying subscriber to Friends of the Pod. Subscribers get access to the single best show produced at Clicky Media, Roller Coaster, with me, Dan Piper. I was forced to say that by our producers, but I really do like the show, and I think you'll like it too. This week on Roller Coaster, we discussed Angie Nixon's upset win in Florida, new polling in the Michigan Senate race, and a strange fake polling scandal in the LA mayoral race. And while I have you out there subscribing to truly great content, check out my Substack message box where I break down what is happening in politics. You can find it all at Frickin.com/YesToMeDan or subscribe to Friends of the Pod, Frickin.com/friends. All right, here's my conversation with Danielle Butterfield. Danielle Butterfield, welcome to Podcast America.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so excited to talk to you. Thanks for doing this. Priorities have been working on a whole bunch of things that are really interesting to me. I want to talk to you about the study you've done on less politically engaged voters. I want to talk to you about how you're thinking about ads. But I really want to talk to you about why you are already spending money to try to win the 2028 election, and move up the 2026 election. We're going to do all of that. I want to level set on a couple of things. For people who've been around politics as long as I have, they remember Priorities USA as sort of the Democratic super PAC, spending tens of millions of dollars to elect Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton, spending money for Joe Biden. That's not what Priorities USA is now. So maybe talk a little bit about who you are and what you guys are doing so our audience understands.
Yeah, so I joined the Priorities USA team back in 2017, fresh off the Hillary Clinton campaign. Priorities, up until that point, had been operating, like you said, as a presidential super PAC. But in the aftermath of 2016, one of the most urgent, kind of quickest realizations that folks had about why we lost was just how little Democrats had invested on digital compared to television. And so the Priorities team got some funding to kind of stay open beyond the presidential and really investigate why that is. So that's when I joined the team. I became our digital director alongside a bunch of other really smart people. And we kind of made it our mission to really diagnose and understand why the Democratic Party is so severely underinvested in digital, but then actually supposed to get to, right, to raise a bunch of money to spend on digital. And so flash forward to where we are today, I like to say that we are anchored as a presidential organization, but we really have gotten to a point where we're using the midterm elections and special elections to really prepare and get better and innovate and try new things so that by the time the next presidential election rolls around, we're like that much more ready for it. So that's how I would think about it today.
I know the presidential election seems like a million years away for a lot of people, but as I like to point out that if we follow the previous schedule, exactly 1 year from now, there will be Democrats and Republicans on stage in debates. Actually, like this thing will be off and running the day after the midterms, so people should prepare for that. And so just also to level set here, as you point out, like in 2017, you were worried about the digital gap in working on it. after the 2024 election, there was this sort of widespread consensus with Democrats that once again, they outmaneuvered digitally. There was talk about all the podcasts that Trump did and how they were, using the internet to target these less engaged voters. I think that there was a general sincerity among a lot of people in the party to try to close the gap, even if they didn't know exactly how to do it or how the gap got there. 18 months after that election, where do you see things? Has the party made real improvements here? How much work needs to be done?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously have made improvements, but we're not where we need to be, right? I think in the aftermath of 2016, it was quite easy to say, wow, Democrats are really not spending anything on digital. In the aftermath of 2024, Democrats outspent Republicans 2-1 on digital. So it's no longer a numbers game. It's actually like several layers below the surface, which makes it a lot more difficult to diagnose and solve. And that's why, it's no surprise that the last couple of years post-2024 have been a really tough set of fundraising years for Democrats, because the solutions to why we lost in 2024 really require us to dive deep and solve some bigger cultural problems that we have ingrained in our party. So, I think if I'm going to diagnose that problem in one sentence, my read is that while Democrats are spending a lot more money on and solve some bigger cultural problems that we have ingrained in our party. And so, I think if I'm going to diagnose that problem in one sentence, my read is that while Democrats are spending a lot more money on digital than they were back in 2016, we're still running digital programs to mirror what goes on television. And I think that's the crux of the problem that I'm seeing today.
Can you say a little bit more about what that means?
Yeah, I mean, I think, 20 years ago, when a campaign was setting out to reach voters, they had a handful of options how they were going to do that. They could buy, broadcast cable television points. They could knock doors, build an organizing program, send out mail pieces. Digital really wasn't on the table. When you're setting out to, run a TV program, you're picking out DMAs that are efficient based on where your state or congressional district is. You're building really fancy models to determine which door I'm going to knock and which door I'm going to skip. You're, building mail pieces that, same thing. You're going to mail to one house and not to another. But I think that what we have really failed to realize is that digital opens up so many more possibilities to be able to reach voters in ways that bleed so much far beyond where you live, what your DMA is, and what your voter file score is. And we're really failing to lean into the creativity that digital affords us when we do that. And I think put in a much simpler way, 9 out of the 10 top YouTube ads in 2024 were just 30-second ads that ran on TV first. So we are quite literally, practically, taking 30-second ads that we run on TV and then putting them on YouTube and expecting people to watch them. And that is quite literally lighting money on fire.
I mean, I think part of that, as we could sort of put together and simply scream about this for a long time. Anyone who watches YouTube would understand that a TV commercial run on YouTube makes no sense. It would be like someone putting a print ad on your television when you were watching it, and you would just be supposed to read it. And they're obviously incredibly smart people working in digital spaces across the party, in the Harris campaign, and some of these super PACs, in the Biden campaign in 2020. What accounts for the fact that we're sort of like jamming this anachronistic square peg into a much more modern round hole?
I mean, I think I cannot adequately answer this question without addressing the consultant-driven nature of the digital campaign.
Let's get right into it, yeah.
Right? Like, it is just, if you want to look at profit margins for a second, what I'm basically declaring that a campaign should do costs a lot more than what it costs to run a TV campaign. Such that if I'm asking a campaign to cut 20 ads to put on the internet instead of one ad to ship to everyone, that is obviously going to eat into profit margins. And, the folks that have been around for a really long time are going to resist that. So I think that the pressure has to come from a different place. That's part of what Party sees as its role in this ecosystem is pushing the hard questions and trying to get past profit margins. That's the core goal. It's ridiculous that we even have to have that conversation, but it's also part of why, like, when I joined the in 2017 and was offered the job as digital director, part of my negotiation was I want to build an in-house team because I don't want to have to worry about working with a set of consultants that's ultimately going to be trying to, pay the bills. I want to hire people that are purely focused on trying new things, innovating, and that has to be their number one focus. I don't want to get on here like consultants are in it for the right reasons, right? So many people want to win these elections, but they also have to pay bills, and when you are forced to make decisions between paying bills and winning elections, that's naturally going to create a tension that we just can't ignore. But anyway, all of that to say, I think it is extremely easy to look at the reach numbers that YouTube affords, where any given week, 80-90% of voters are reachable on YouTube. Like TV is a one-size-fits-all. Broadcast, we literally use the word broadcast to describe TV. If you're treating YouTube like a broadcast channel, though, you're just missing the point, right? And I have a lot of good friends that work on the Google sales team, love them to death, but their sales pitch is YouTube is TV. I just fundamentally disagree with that, right? Like if you are treating it like a broadcast channel, you are totally missing the point.
The YouTube is TV thing. I'm gonna get your study in it, but you've got me down the rabbit hole. I knew that would happen in this conversation because this is a issue of particularly nerdy interest for me. YouTube is TV, and this is a thing I've done the round for 2024, meeting with various politicians, and I tried to explain to them, and I use YouTube as TV to refer to my understanding that for people to actually, particularly politicians, understand that young voters watch YouTube on their TV, right? So when they come home, they turn it on. And what's different is they're not looking at TV Guide or the TV Guide that shows up in your Xfinity or cable thing. Is that the algorithm is showing them things based on, a lot of data mining and the things they subscribe to. But where the point you're making is where the analogy fails is that it is not consumed in the same way and sort of. Because you can't just put a TV show on YouTube, which is why YouTube does not invest in scripted television. There's like a lingua franca of it with the ads. If you're running TV ads on YouTube, even if it's being watched on the literal television, that's not what people are expecting, so they're more likely to dismiss it. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it's an attention span problem, right? And it's a function of, if someone is sitting there, and you're correct that a majority of people when they're using YouTube are literally watching it on a smart TV. And that is different than YouTube TV, which is like a subscription service that people pay for. No, it's literally youtube.com being streamed on a television device. But how many of those people are also holding their smartphone and playing games? I can use that category. It is extremely tough to get into one screen, and I know I'm not alone in that situation. So you both have an attention span challenge, and then you also have a challenge/opportunity that people are using YouTube in very different ways. It's a battleground, right? It's people listening to podcasts. It is people playing games. It's people watching clips that their friends send them. It is people listening to music. It's so many different things that if we're going to try to sweep it into one category, we're really feeling. And this does open up a really good, segue to a lot of the work that Prairie is doing to really understand, I'm pretty tired of media consumption research looking like, let's slap a question to the end of a poll and ask how many people are watching YouTube. I need to know many more details than that to really understand how to craft a media strategy. So that is the work that Prairie has been investing in since 2024, actually way before 24. We were doing this in the middle of 2022, and that's the work that we're excited to chat about.
Yeah, so like I said, you've been studying how people actually get information in this crazy, insane world we live in, and not just how people like you and I get information, because we kind of get information the same way people always get information, like we're going to sources to get it, we're following politics mostly, but, as we've talked about sort of endlessly on this podcast and elsewhere since 2024, is the swing voter is not necessarily a well-informed centrist white man from Wisconsin. It is someone who doesn't pay much attention to politics and is sort of surfing the news half-assed, and we're not very good at reaching people or understanding those people. So you've been looking at them. So before we get into what you actually found, can you walk us through the process by which you try to understand the media habits of these less politically engaged people?
Yeah, absolutely. But just to understand what you just said, in our post-2024 research, we actually found that beyond age, demographic, geographic indicators, that your consumption of YouTube was more predictive of your vote choice and your vote swing from 20 to 24 than anything else. So people.
Meaning that you were more likely to vote for Trump the more you watched.
Yeah, exactly. So it's basically the crossroads was that men who are watching more than 3 hours of YouTube have some of the highest swing of any other, crossroads we're looking at. And that it also applies to people who are listening to podcasts. It also applies to women. It's pretty consistent that your internet consumption patterns are very predictive of how much you've swung from a percentage standpoint. So our team, took that information and said, okay, like we gotta be media consultants for the 21st century because if no one else is gonna do it, like let us step up and play that role. And so we basically have this project that our team has been working on that really takes a look at, we have an always-on survey operation where it's actually really cool. We actually, in a normal kind of survey environment, we pay people to send us a screenshot of their screen time app. I'm sure you guys have logged in to see how much time you spend on Twitter every single day. But we're actually paying people to send us a screenshot of that and then validating it against what they self-report to where they spend time. And then using that as an understanding of what new apps are popping that should be on our radar, how much is YouTube consumption changing over the summer, how much are people changing their subscriptions between Hulu and Peacock depending on what reality TV show is on, which is very common and the thing that I think our team was highly surprised to see how much people change up their subscription, which is very good information. So basically, part one is an always-on survey operation, just get a baseline of where are people spending time. We then do kind of quarterly, sometimes monthly deep dives on specific topics that our team wants to dig into. So last summer we did a deep dive on audio consumption to really understand specifically how are people consuming music, podcasts, etc. What platforms, what are some patterns that we can take into account from a media planning perspective. And then we also acquire, third-party data that often is very kind of observational and behavioral in nature, so that we can actually observe what people are doing. And the search data that Hammy wrote about over the weekend is that third category, where we paid to acquire people's search data, and then we did a really long-term kind of study to kind of better understand what patterns we could pick up there.
Positive America is brought to you by Haya. Back to school season is here again, and we want to give your kids their best shot to be prepared for the new academic year ahead. That includes their health and wellness. That's exactly why Haya exists. Give parents a real solution in a market flooded with kids' vitamins that prioritize candy-like appeal over actual nutrition. Some children's vitamins on the market today contain up to 7 grams of sugar per serving, and are stuffed with artificial additives and petroleum-based dyes. Haya took the opposite approach: zero sugar, zero gummy additives, just clean nutrition. Haya looked at what modern kids are actually eating or not eating and formulated around their specific nutritional gaps. Working alongside pediatricians and nutrition scientists, Haya created a powerful chewable multivitamin that packs a blend of 12 organic fruits, vegetables, plus 15 essential vitamins and minerals into every chewable. I know a lot of little kids who love Haya vitamins because we've taken them for a long time, and the parents tell me, unlike other vitamins, it's very easy to get them to take them because they taste good and they're fun to take. You can get to decorate the little bottle with stickers that comes with the first order. And also, you don't have to go through feeding your kid a bunch of sugar because these are good for you. They're made of clean, zero sugar, no gummy additives, just clean nutrition and real ingredients. Also, bedtime battles and restless nights are struggling at home. They have a calming, nightly chewable designed just for kids. That could be exactly what you need, especially with the new school year coming around the corner. Haya's new Kids Bedtime Essentials is a total game changer. It's not a sleep aid, it's a non-habit-forming chewable with L-theanine, B6, GABA, and chamomile flower extract, plus magnesium and calcium that helps kids relax, go to bed, and wake up rejuvenated and refreshed. No synthetic hormones with melatonin, no sugar, just calm support to help them recharge for everything they've got going on. You can now find Haya in person at Target stores nationwide or order directly from their website with a special deal we posted out just for you. Get 50% off your first order on any of their products. To claim this deal, you must go to hayahealth.com/crooked. This deal is not available on the regular website. Go to HIYAHEALTH.com/crooked and get your kids the full body support they deserve. Positive America is brought to you by Wild Alaskan Company. The difference between low and high quality seafood is enormous, but it's also one of the things that's tough to accurately assess for yourself in the grocery store. Wild Alaskan Company offers the best way to get wild-caught, high-quality seafood delivered to your door on your schedule. Each Wild Alaskan box comes with individually portioned fillets vacuum sealed, easy to prep, and great for any meal no matter how grateful or elevated. All fish is quick frozen fresh from the Alaskan waters, which helps lock in freshness, texture, flavor, and key nutrients like omega-3s. It's fish you can trust with no GMOs, antibiotics, or other additives. Every order supports sustainable harvesting practices and Alaskan fishermen whose history is tied to the region and practice. I love Wild Alaskan Company. I get salmon from there and other fish, and it's just a really nice thing to know that it arrives, put it in your freezer, and then if you're like, you know what, tomorrow I'm going to cook, before you go to bed, you throw the fish in the fridge so it's frosted overnight, and then you're good to go. You also do it in the morning before you go to work. Like, it's an easy thing to know that when you don't have to buy fish at the supermarket and not being sure what you're get, and also it's like in your car and the whole thing. Instead, you can just have Wild Alaskan Company, and it's great. Wild Alaskan Company is so confident that their fish is the best. They offer 100% satisfaction and money-back guarantee, so you can try your first box risk-free. Go to wildalaskan.com/purchase for $35 off your first order of premium wild caught seafood. That's wildalaskan.com/purchase for $35 off your first order. Thanks to Wild Alaskan Company for sponsoring this episode.
Do you think this is a little more detail about the search data, like what you were looking for, how many people it was, and then we need to.
Yeah, absolutely. So anyone that's ever like talked to me in real life knows that I am like particularly obsessed with search behavior as like a proxy for understanding kind of where voters are at. I think it's like the single most interesting thing that you can do to observe where someone's head is at. It is literally like knocking on someone's door and then being able to say to you, hey, I'm really interested in immigration. You can then have a conversation with them about immigration. They're like quite literally telling you what they're interested in. And so for a long time, I've just been really interested in how can we do more to understand people's search behavior, how can we use it, how can we learn from it, etc. So we work with a third-party data provider to acquire and pay for a set of people who basically opted in to share their behavioral data with this data provider. So basically, like, you can go to your YouTube account right now and say, download that. You do the same thing on Twitter. I actually highly recommend it. It's like very entertaining. Just like download your history, upload it to Claude, tell it to do it. It is like better than therapy in a lot of ways.
Let me say, maybe Claude will tell you to go to therapy after reading it.
Yeah, potentially. I'll call it complementary to therapy. But anyway, so we did that with a provider that was able to send us search behavior across, the major kind of traditional search engines, Google being the most predominant one, but also, Gemini, ChatGPT, and then some of the major social media engines, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, etc. And so our team, it was about 6 million searches. We did it across 2 different time periods. The first was like the last couple of months of 2024, and then the second time period was like a chunk of 2025. We wanted to be able to kind of look at it in 2 chunks. Our team spent a couple of weeks like really, really analyzing the data. It was like a huge, undertaking to take a look at the trends. We definitely would not have been able to do this project if our team wasn't, fully enabling AI to do a lot of the heavy lifting in the work. We are a very let's lean into AI organization at Priorities. And we walked away with, unsurprisingly, a huge number of insights that our team is currently using to both run programs that we're running here in 26, but also looking ahead to 2028. So, yeah, happy to share more about kind of what we learned.
Before we get to the actual findings, the search, the context of this day and age is very interesting because for most of the last 20 years, search meant one thing and one thing only. Yes, there's a small handful of people out there who use it. Then, we had Netscape. We had some things earlier. And they
were actually a highly effective fundraising platform on the presidential campaign that I worked on. Yeah,
wow. There you go. I am learning something brand new today. But it meant the Google form thing, searching the web. That's something very, very different now, and particularly as the social media, I don't get to AI in all the conversation, but as the social media platforms become more places where people sort of live, particularly TikTok and Instagram, like how are you thinking about, like, how does that, how many, like, I assume people are associating, because the same people who used to search Google for a few years ago are now searching on Instagram or TikTok or elsewhere. Or are there differences in those search? Like, what did you find?
Yeah, I think like Google is still king. Like, let's just be really clear. Google is still huge market share, predominant market share, and Google makes the majority of their money off of search, not YouTube. Like, let's just say that. they're going to do everything they can to not lose that spot in the market. But as people are spending more and more time online, I like to think about it, and this comes into play a lot when you're putting together a media plan. As people spend more time online, they're just doing more, right? We're both using Instagram and TikTok and search every day instead of picking between them. And so I think what we are starting to see is that the behaviors between these different search engines are different, which is really helpful learning, right? Like people are going to Google to really fact check and get basic information, but then they're going to ChatGPT to really like put together robust plans and really go back and forth. Whereas, Instagram, TikTok, it can become a little bit more entertaining in nature. So I like to think about it less of a binary choice that people are making between these different platforms. Obviously, there are trends in that direction, but it's more about how we're using these different platforms for different reasons. The thing I will say that I think is a really important piece of the learning here is, like I said, Google is still top of the list. I think our party is very interested in understanding people's, relationships to chatbots and AI search engines. That is incredibly important and it's changing rapidly. But people using YouTube as a search engine is incredibly clear stuff. I think that YouTube is the number 2 search engine behind Google. Those data centers need to be integrated under one umbrella, and it's a place that I think we definitely don't spend enough time thinking about. And we can actually do a lot more than I talk about.
When you say do more, because you can
manipulate and run ads and produce video content that appears when someone searches for a topic that you want to appear on, right? Like we know for a fact that AEO is a hot topic right now. People really want to understand how they can influence search result in a chat bot. But YouTube search has been around for such a long time. It's a lot easier to manipulate what comes up when someone searches for something on YouTube in a way that I think the Democratic Party needs to be spending a lot more time producing video than they do manipulating chat bots. It's not a choice. It's not a false choice, but I think we've got to spend more time.
I am of a certain generation where YouTube is not the same. Like I didn't grow up using YouTube, obviously. I grew up with the internet. We're going to discuss that here. But I think a lot of people who are in politics, many of them are my age and older in their gerontocracy, don't fully understand just like how big YouTube is. That it's the biggest video platform in the world, it's the biggest music platform in the world, it's bigger than Spotify and music, it's bigger than Apple Podcasts or Spotify as a podcast platform. It is just this gigantic thing that dominates people's lives. I don't think people really know. Let's get to what you found about. Well, when you were analyzing this data, what are the big insights you got?
Yeah, so I think the number one headline is that people are not searching for anything political. Of the 6 million searches that we acquired, less than 100,000 were political or even politically adjacent. The reality is, and I think the thing that keeps the team at Priority USA up at night, but also motivates our work, is that people just aren't thinking about politics. And we have to really, if we don't understand that going into crafting a campaign, we're really going to miss the mark on how do we actually reach someone. So, I think in doing our 100,000 were political or even politically adjacent. The reality is, and I think the thing that keeps the team at Priority USA up at night, but also motivates our work, is that people just aren't thinking about politics. And we have to really, if we don't understand we're political or even politically adjacent, the reality is, and I think the thing that keeps the team at Priority USA up at night, but also motivates our work, is that people just aren't thinking about politics. And we have to really, if we don't understand that going into crafting a team at Priority USA up at night, but also motivates our work, is that people just aren't thinking about politics. And we have to really, if we don't understand that going into crafting a campaign, we're really going to miss the mark on how we actually reach someone. So, I think in doing our analysis, we found a lot of really awesome patterns around when people do search for politics. It's eye-opening for our team around how their polling location, when are they searching for information about their candidates? Like our team is literally right now seeing around how soon out from the election are people starting to search for their polling location? When are they searching for information about their candidates? Like our team is literally right now, Friday afternoon, that is like literally what they were wanting to track their 2026 campaign. But more importantly, it's opening our eyes I think, to the thing that I'm the most, excited about and nerding out about is this category of what we're calling politically adjacent categories that are really awesome entry points for us to be having relevant conversations with people when they aren't thinking about politics, but they're one step away from thinking about politics. And let me just give you an analogy on this really quick, because I think it's helpful at kind of like, that is like literally what they're working on, just to track their campaigns. But more importantly, it's opening our eyes, I think, to the thing that I'm the most excited about and nerding out about is this category of what we're calling politically adjacent categories that are really awesome entry point for us to be having relevant conversations with people when they aren't thinking about politics, but they're one step away from thinking about politics. And let me just give you an analogy on this really quick, because I think it's helpful at kind of landing why this is important. I spend a lot of time thinking about how can we as political advertisers compare ourselves to corporate advertisers, because it's a billion-dollar industry and there's a lot that we can learn from people that are quite literally doing similar work to us. But at the end of the day, I said this to Peter, but Nike knows that you're training for a marathon and they're using that information to sell you shoes at that particular moment. Target knows that you are pregnant probably before you. There was that story that came out on that a couple of years ago. My algorithm knows that you're training for a marathon and they're using that information to sell you shoes at that particular moment. Target knows that you are pregnant probably before you do. There was that story that came out on that a couple years ago. My algorithm currently knows that I'm shopping for fall shoes. And it is quite helpful to me, and I actually really appreciate the algorithm for knowing exactly what I want. The reality is that advertising writ large is very contextually relevant and very genuinely helpful in a lot of ways. And that political advertising is not that. Political advertising is just interruptive. We show up in the most random moments and want to interrupt your day. And we gotta get closer to the corporate model. We gotta create campaigns that are actually, relevant to someone's day. And behaviorally, I think we can take a closer look at where people are actually interested, and then create those connective points between what they're interested in and how we can shift conversations.
This woman is totally spinning.
I have a million ideas of what that looks like that I'm happy to dive into.
Too bad she works for the
Yeah, so
inside.
you raised this and I was very struck by that quote from you. And
We gotta get started.
No preamble, that's the rule we have. Everyone who spends any time on the internet understands that your phone is tracking everything you do, and then serving you information about that very thing, right? You have kids, back to school comes, it's back to school, right? They know you search Disneyland on the internet, now you're going to get a bunch of Disney content. You're going to get advertised in a million different ways through, on Instagram, TikTok, on your, in your Gmail, you're going to get Disneyland from Falcons. If the corporate model is behavioral-based advertising, what is the political model based on? What is that based on?
It's the same conversation we just had. It's based on your geography and your voter file score. I think 90+% of Democratic advertising investments to date have been based on where you live, not as a proxy for you being close to a data center or on a university campus, but just how likely am I if I were to throw a dart to reach a black voter or reach a college student? That it is based on density and efficiency for the most part. That's how people use it. It's just, the ease of someone building you an efficiency for the most part. That's how people use geography to target. And then when it comes to voter file, it's just, the ease of someone is building you a model. They're telling you which voter you should knock and which voter you shouldn't, which voter you should mail and which you shouldn't. And digital practitioners have been told for a really long time, hey, can you target this list of voters that we think is important? There's technology that exists to be able to upload an offline list and match it to the internet, but that's just completely, ignoring every online signal that you can add to make sure that becomes relevant to the end user. So the status quo is, I would say, geography and voter file are the primary drivers of current targeting, and we're out here screaming there's more to it
Is identity part of that as well, at least like in a broad-based way? Well, especially if you back in the days when you were advertising on Facebook, where you would be, targeting people of a certain demographic group or certain age group that you would be reaching, but it's not tied to any specific knowledge on what those people care about, correct?
Yeah, I would say like age and demographics come into play a lot, probably more rarely than you would think, right? Like I think when I was on the Obama campaign in 2012, we definitely had age and gender tracks, we had demographic tracks layered on top of some of our broadcast tracks. But in a small congressional race, like I think that's a lot more rare than you might expect. And I'm not out here saying that age demographic targeting isn't important. It's highly critical. I think we're just saying that the next step beyond that of really trying to understand how to reach someone based on things that we're not necessarily observing offline, but instead of online, we should be pushing ourselves to think in that category. Because it's just gonna make us better advocates.
Is cost prohibitive here? Is that a problem? Is it obviously much more expensive to market to someone based on, specific targeted, not, information about their online presence than just targeting a group rather than a certain group?
Not in a major way. I mean, I think Facebook, their CPM is a lot lower when you kind of give them free will to pick out who you want them to reach. So when you're running a category, it's gonna make us better advertisers.
Is cost prohibitive here? Is that a problem? Is it obviously much more expensive to market to someone based on, specific targeted, not, information about their online presence than just targeting a group who happen to live in a certain zip code?
Not in a major way. I mean, I think Facebook, their CPMs get a lot lower when you kind of give them free will to pick out who you want them to reach. So when you're running a campaign on Facebook and you're saying, as long as someone cares about fitness, go ahead and reach them, that gives them a lot more free will to target folks than if you were to upload a file and say, I only want to target these 100,000 people. So that does impact the CPM, but in a helpful way. We have a lot of questions, and we're doing a lot of research at Priorities around how you can kind of validate that data that you get on Facebook, YouTube. But I would say cost. If someone's bringing us cost as an excuse not to do a campaign like this, they're probably not fully grasping what we're talking about. Obviously, I think what I am describing here does require incremental costs from a production standpoint. I think the model we are describing certainly requires you to make many, many more ads than a TV one-size-fits-all program. But I also think there's a ton more that we can be doing on the kind of AI automation side to make the production process faster, easier. That actually does nothing to do with AI squads. You can automate the back end without making the front end of it AI driven.
But can we live in a world where, using the voter file, we've identified a set of target voters in a swing state, and we now know that this swing voter has been searching, this is creepy to a lot of people, has been searching on the internet about cyclospora and food recalls. And then could a presidential, a well-funded, well-run, digitally forward presidential campaign then target that voter with an ad in 2028 that said, in the Trump-Vance administration, the Trump-Vance administration, they cut all the funding which led to these food recalls or pedestrian recalls or whatever. So, is that something that can be done at scale?
So Google doesn't allow you to use offline data to do targeting. They got rid of that, I think it was 2019. But everything else, right, yeah, would be doable. I think though the reason that I care a little bit less about the front end, like here's the voters I particularly care about, is think about how you take a look at their vote history and then you ask them a bunch of questions in a survey to infer fund data to do targeting. They got rid of that, I think it was 2019. But everything else that you described, yes, would be doable. I think though the reason that I care a little bit less about the front end, like here's the voters I particularly care about, is think about how the model is built, right? You take a look at someone's vote history and then you ask them a bunch of questions in a survey to infer, how they're gonna vote, and then you apply that to a broader set of voters, and you make predictions about how you think someone's gonna vote based on them being male, going to church, reading books on the weekend, whatever it is. Like there's a bunch of really smart data people out there that are building really smart models. I think what we're saying though is, in addition to asking someone a survey questions to inform a model, what if you just observe what they do with the gun, right? Like how can we get to a point where we're, you know, not relying on offline data to predict where someone is, and instead just, you know, if someone's searching for whether their lettuce is contaminated, I don't really care how they voted in 2020. I think that ad is probably quite relevant to them. And you don't even pay for an ad until someone clicks on it. So why don't we just try and get rid of the kind of front end marker to begin with? Does that make sense?
Okay, let's get into just sort of, all right, so we got a bunch of these voters who are less politically engaged, who've looked at, you know, of the 650 you had, you know, the overwhelming percentage of them were not political. What are these theoretically non-political people doing on the internet? Where are they? What are they interested in?
Yeah, so one of the most interesting, remarkable findings that we saw is just how much people are, you know, searching for, you know, what we're calling kind of public benefit programs. People searching for how to download a FAFSA form, how to apply for Medicaid, what is Medicaid called in my state. Those are all, I think, it's a very large percentage of the searches that we are seeing in that kind of politically adjacent field. And it's a really important signal to us that someone who is searching for a FAFSA form should probably fall into a particular bucket of communication that looks different than someone who's searching for whether their lettuce is contaminated. I think that was the most remarkable finding that I saw that I think we're, you know, eager to act on.
Toxic America is brought to you by humans. ED is more common than guys talk about. The good news, getting real treatment is simple and through HIMSS it's 100% online. HIMSS connects you with licensed healthcare providers online, giving you simple access to legitimate ED treatment options from home. No awkward appointments, no pharmacy lines. Just complete a simple online intake and the provider will review your information to determine if treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your treatment ships directly to your door. That includes sildenafil, also known as a generic for Viagra, available through HIMSS at up to 95% less than the brand name version. And if that option isn't right for you, there are additional treatment options available. You can find what works best for your body. Straightforward, transparent, and designed to make getting care feel easy. To get simple online access to personalized, affordable care for ED and more, visit hims.com/crooked. That's HIMS.com/crooked. hims.com/crooked. Not available in all 50 states. Prescription required. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information. Sildenafil is the generic version of Viagra. Viagra is a registered trademark of Viatris Specialty LLC. HIMSS is not affiliated with or endorsed by Viatris.
Toxic America is brought to you by Felix. I love my new mattress. I have a Dawn Lux. I actually took the quiz because I am a stomach sleeper. I'm trying to become a side sleeper and it's kind of rotating, but I love the bed. Really comfortable. It helps make sure you get a good night's sleep. And you can take the quiz, see which mattress is perfect for you based on your personal preferences and sleep needs. They have over 20 mattress models, so you can find the perfect one for you. Here's what is your mattress right to your door with free shipping in the U.S. The Happiness New Experience offers a risk-free, customer-first experience designed to ensure you're completely satisfied with your new mattress, so you can rest easy with seamless returns and exchanges. Felix offers a 129-night free trial and limited lifetime warranty. So as I said, I have it. I think it's great. It's so nice knowing that, like, at the end of the day, you know, right before bed, you get into super comfortable Felix mattress. We're on a streaming show, you know? I'm watching Furious. It's awesome. It's a great crime drama. You know, this is not an ad for that, so check that out too. Hey, everybody, get a Helix mattress, get comfortable, watch Furious on Disney Plus. You know? But I just think it's a great mattress. You should get one. HelixSleep.com/cricket for 27% off site-wide. This offer is exclusive to Positive America listeners. That's HelixSleep.com/cricket for 27% off site-wide. HelixSleep.com/cricket.
The great mystery, right, is like, I know where you get your information, you know where someone like me gets my information. But all these people who pay no attention to politics, like, who don't actively pay attention to politics, are forming political opinions, right? Or even if they're very broad, they have a general sense of how they feel about political figures, political issues, things that happen in the news. You know, what did you learn about where those people are actually? Where is that information coming from? How are they running into it in this crazy media ecosystem?
For sure. So, you know, I think a stat that I like to throw out and remind myself of every day is that 54% of voters writ large are just not paying attention to news at all. They're trying to avoid it mostly. And so if they're not paying attention to news, how are they experiencing politics? I think we like to ask ourselves that question to really shape kind of what are the campaigns that we're going to put together to reach them. And, I think a lot of Democratic investment over the last couple of years has focused on how do we make the news sexier, easier to reach, easier to access. There's nothing wrong with that endeavor, but I think it's going to have its limits if there's a swath of people that just really don't want to pay attention to news at all. And so if we want to reach those voters, we have to do it in a different way. We have to have different cultural entry points. I think we hear Democrats say a lot, like, we need to be culture first. I'm frustrated that I don't actually feel like we have enough steps to that question. I've never actually heard adequate, ideas of what that looks like. And so I think part of the research that Priorities has been doing over the last 2 years is sparking ideas of what does that actually look like in practice, knowing that beauty and fashion, true crime, parenting, those are 3 categories that are reaching a really large set of voters who are both swingy and switch from party to party, but also don't pay attention to the news. What would it look like for us to create a campaign where we develop true crime at all? And so if we want to reach those voters, we have to do it in a different way. We have to have different cultural entry points. I think we hear Democrats say a lot, like, we need to be culture first. I'm frustrated that I don't actually feel like we have enough steps to that question. I've never actually heard adequate, ideas of what that looks like. And so I think part of the research that Priorities has been doing over the last 2 years is sparking ideas of what does that actually look like in practice, knowing that beauty and fashion, true crime, parenting, those are 3 categories that are reaching a really large set of voters who are both swingy and switch from party to party, but also don't pay attention to the news. What would it look like for us to create a campaign where we develop true crime content and then use that content to talk about everything or whatever it makes sense? Like, it's about really using the data to uncover those other kind of non-news oriented entry points for us to then have conversations with people on their terms. Parenting is a category that I think is highly interesting and super relevant to what we're talking about. What would it look like for us to create a track of always-on communication that targets people based on the fact that they're parents, that talks about issues that are highly relevant to parents? I think when we talk about, the March 2028 and the fact that we're getting going early, that doesn't mean that we need to be advertising all the time. We're trying to advertise in moments that are highly relevant.
Got it. So I should be targeting beauty and crime, beauty and fashion, true crime, and parenting categories, since those are apparently
is to be relevant and not
the most centrist people.
When people are, whether they're interested in true crime,
the most centrist people that don't pay attention
fitness,
to the news, of course.
Where are those voters hanging out, right? It's like we're not in a world where they're going to truecrime.com on the web to read about it. They are in social media apps and they have both followed and are being fed that sort of content. I want to try to get a little granular about where these people are hanging out. And I think why it's particularly relevant is, because we have been absent in these spaces, obviously, that's why you're doing the work you're doing. But if you look at health and beauty, for instance, or wellness as a space, we were absent, but at some course of time since 2016, 2012, that category, which would have seemed demographically to be very much ours, very young mom, younger women category became the birthplace of Maha. So I'm just trying to understand where these people are, where they actually hang out when they say they're into fitness or true crime or whatever else.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of this research is very based in YouTube. Let's just name that. I think there's Priorities is spending a disproportionate amount of time in
very, young mom, younger women category became the birthplace of Maha. So I'm just trying to understand where these people are, where they actually hang out when they say they're into fitness or true crime or whatever else.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of this research is very based in YouTube. Let's just name that. I think there's Priorities is spending a disproportionate amount of time and money really trying to understand YouTube behavior, because we know how easy it is to just light money on fire on that platform, and there's a ton of upside in better understanding, how people are using the platform. Let me give you an example of a program that we ran earlier this summer that I think will help answer the question. So from our research, as we talked about, young men, super online, they're swing voters, they swung from Trump away from Biden from 2020 to 2024. From our research, we knew that young men are interested in podcasts, finance, gaming, fitness. I think those were the categories. What our team did is we ran this campaign in Ohio earlier this summer, where all of the ads were about John Husted, but each of the ads was highly relevant to those categories that I just laid out. So you had like a guy lifting weights talking about John Husted, running, next to fitness content. You had someone who was an actual gaming creator talk about same topic in the context of, what a normal kind of gaming piece of content on YouTube might look like. Part of the theory here, it was actually twofold. It was one, our ads should natively look like the content that someone is otherwise watching on YouTube. Ads actually, in today's world, it's actually better for an ad to blend in than to stand out. You kind of want that nativity. There's benefit there, and I think we had some research from previous cycles that proved to us that was a good theory. But then also, I think more importantly, anyone on YouTube, especially a young man, is kind of like 2 clicks away from right-leaning content at any given point. In part because of how much the right has invested in just like having an always-on content machine and being present in all the places that we are not, such that if you're watching fitness content and then you skip past the next 2 videos, you're probably going to be on a piece of content that's a little bit more hot in nature. And so we had run a campaign a couple cycles ago where we just had this theory of what would it look like to just run ads on the most right-leaning content that exists and see what kind of persuasion effect we can have. Assuming that just because someone's on Breitbart doesn't mean they probably chose to be there. They may have just ended up there because of the algorithms. And our theory proved out. Like, we were able to retain these orders at a pretty high rate. Just by running positive pre-roll ads before someone, was watching that Breitbart content. And so the team was kind of like, how do we do this in a slightly more expanded way? Not necessarily explicitly right-wing, but these kind of right-leaning cases that you might not, expect on the front end. So those 5 categories are the ones that the team kind of proposed as, let's interrupt this user journey with ads and see what happens. And the theory proved out, right? Like, we were able to effectively, stop from getting to that right-leaning content. A lot of the time, someone was like opening up a new tab on Google and searching for more information about John Husted, which, it did the job of interrupting that person's flow. So anyway, all of that to say, I think we are disproportionately spending a lot of time thinking about how to find people on YouTube in particular, just because it is it's a high density, very efficient place to reach people, but it's a very easy place to burn money.
And it's important to note that we talk about TikTok all the time, but the last I checked, you still cannot run political ads on TikTok, correct?
You cannot run political ads on TikTok, that is true.
And so it's just out there destroying the world if we can't intervene.
There's certainly interventions that you can do that are not, explicitly renting attention. There's what I like my nerdy way to talk about advertising is you're renting someone's attention. We can earn attention on TikTok, but it's not something that we're going to be able to, get in a short window.
Let's talk a little bit about AI chatbots, because in your survey I saw that there's about half of voters are using an AI chatbot once a week. And, obviously Google is still king, you pointed that out. But even Google is changing in the way a lot of people are getting their search results, because they are coming in these AI summaries, which is interrupting the search ads that we've been spending gazillion dollars on for decades. But so as we think as AI chatbots grow as a search engine for people, how should Democrats be thinking about influencing those results? If we had a playbook, we had a advertising playbook for Google search, and we had an organic search SEO playbook for how to get our content near the top of the results. What the hell do you do when it's a handful of very different, very independent AI chatbots?
Yeah. First of all, there's a lot of really smart people who are tackling this head on. I think the folks at Run for Something, Compass AI, are thinking really extensively about how do you A, understand, and then B, manipulate a chatbot result. It's really, AEO is just SEO 2.0, right? It's just understanding.
Can you say what AEO is?
Yeah, it stands for answer engine optimization, and it's basically how do you manipulate what is going to show up in a chatbot result. There's a lot of really smart people out there who are thinking about how do you understand what's showing up in a chatbot result, and then B, how do you actually change it. You change it by updating your website. You change it by pitching stories to the AP or posting shit on Reddit because that's a place that's often getting picked up by chatbots. All of this is going to change incredibly fast, and anyone who is kind of going out there with best practices today, the best practices are going to change 2 months from now, 6 months from now, and so I think it does require a lot of urgency and a shift in conversation across our party that if we always had to invest in digital infrastructure, now is the time to double, triple, quadruple down on that effort. For us to really understand how quickly the internet is changing, we have to be investing in innovation to make sure that we're able to stay on top of these trends. I think the work that Priorities is doing though in the kind of chatbot space, beyond just understanding what a result is and understanding how you might manipulate that result, is really understanding when and why are people turning to chatbots? What is the kind of driver of why someone's using it, and how does that change how we should be thinking about intervening and better understanding their media journey? And so I think the research that we did over the summer, I think it was incredibly helpful at uncovering that people are not necessarily searching for information about a candidate as much as they are searching for information about policies and issues in a much more granular way. I think as AI, I don't know if you feel this personally, but I think as I'm going TikTok and on YouTube and seeing content in my feed that feels a little is this real? Is this not? I'm personally opening up ChatGPT Claude and saying, hey, can you fact check this for me? There's I think a ton of, it almost feels like the Spider-Man meme where because of the insurgence of AI, people are using AI to check if things are AI.
It doesn't seem great for the world. Yeah, that's where we are.
Hey, it's John. Last year, 2,500 people joined us at CrookedCon for conversations with some of the smartest organizers, least annoying politicians, and most interesting voices in politics about how to fix this mess. We're doing it again, November 5th through the 7th in Washington, D.C. Even more podcast panels and workshops. Plus, there will be drinks, which we'll meet after the midterms, no matter which way they go. Get your tickets at crookedcon.com, where we'll also announce our lineup. If you're a Friends of the Pod subscriber, a limited number of discounted tickets are still available. Get them before they run out. See you at CrookedCon.
You guys are focused on, among other things, trying to define the 2028 potential nominees, most notably J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio. Talk to me about why start that process now.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been working at SuperPAC for almost a decade now, which is crazy. And I am very much of the opinion that the way that our party uses SuperPAC is outdated and not to the maximum that we can, and certainly not to the maximum that Republicans do. And the way I would describe that is quite simple. I think as much as the role of the SuperPAC is to raise money that a campaign cannot raise, aka we are able to raise beyond the contribution limit that a campaign has, we also have time that a campaign doesn't have. And it's
trying to define the 2028 potential nominees, most notably J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio. Talk to me about why start that process now.
Yeah, absolutely. So I've been working at SuperPAC for almost a decade now, which is crazy. And I am very much of the opinion that the way that our party uses SuperPAC is outdated and not to the maximum that we can, and certainly not to the maximum that Republicans do. And the way I would describe that is quite simple. I think as much as the role of the SuperPAC is to raise money that a campaign cannot raise, aka we are able to raise beyond the contribution limit that a campaign has,
Did I quit?
we also have time that a campaign doesn't have.
Do you think you
and I
could?
think really leaning into that time element is a thing that I feel really important as the role that a SuperPAC can play in today's world. And so I think in the aftermath of 2024, when we're sitting around asking ourselves, why the hell did we just lose that election and what can we do differently next time? Our team got to work on a couple of things, including, at a high level, how can we do a better job of listening to the internet to be able to drive decision making? Talk about polling and all the reasons why polling is flawed, but Priorities is very much of the opinion that with the availability of AI, We can observe qualitative data at such a larger scale in today's world that we might as well lean into it. It's exactly how the Republicans are making their decisions, right? Like, we like to look at the Kamala is for they, them ad. I think it's a perfect example of how the Republicans said, that ad has legs to it. It's doing really well online. Let's put money behind it. Whereas on the Democratic side, we have to like let an ad go through an entire polling in today's world. And so I think in the aftermath of 2024, when we're sitting around asking ourselves, why the hell did we just lose that election and what can we do differently next time? Our team got to work on a couple of things, including, at a high level, how can we do a better job of listening to the internet to be able to drive decision making? Talk about polling and all the reasons why polling is flawed, but Parity is very much of the opinion that with the availability of AI, we can observe qualitative data at such a larger scale in today's world that we might as well lean into it. It's exactly how the Republicans are making their decisions, right? Like, we like to look at the Kamala is for they, them ad. I think it's a perfect example of how the Republicans said, that ad has legs to it. It's doing really well online. Let's put money behind it. Whereas on the Democratic side, we have to let an ad go through an entire polling rigmarole in order to take it seriously. Anyway, all of that to say, Party's got to work after 2024 to build a tech side. We have to let an ad go through an entire polling rigmarole in order to take it seriously. Anyway, all of that to say, Party's got to work after 2024 to build a tech stack and do research to really understand how can we be leaning into listening to the internet to understand what's going to happen and what's going to break through. At the same time, we recognize that the march to 2028 is going to be long and it's going to include a lot of Democratic spending this summer. But the negative of anything is that primaries are challenging and they can be really helpful, but ultimately they're tough. And we're about to face that on a level that is going to be different than what we've experienced over the summer. And I'm really worried that our party has not been, we have not gone through an election without Trump on the ballot in quite some time. I think our muscle memory there is quite weak. We're going to be running against someone new no matter what happens. And the Democrats are going to be fighting each other. So the team at Priorities was like, what can we do to be the most value add heading into 28? Let's get going now. Let's actually start to think about what it looks like to define our eventual opposition so that by the time we have a nominee, they have a slightly less uphill time to be able to, go after and compare themselves to the Republicans. So that's the local prologue. I'm really excited about it. Our tech stack all feeds into kind of what we're doing. It's not going to look like a traditional advertising campaign. It's going to be always on, but that doesn't mean we're on all the time. And we have a million ideas that we're excited to dive into.
So after 2017, after 2016, in 2017, one of my strong views was that we should take a lot of the money that was sort of flowing into Democratic politics and like of Trump and be always on, right? Into, not, like you say, not always on, like we're going to run ads for the rest of the time, but in moments, high leverage moments, you would run advertising to shape that impression, you would shape that moment where people are paying attention in their minds, in our field. And I like that idea because I believe, personally, that we were just so outgunned in the media space that we were competing with something, with Fox News, competing with Facebook at the time, which was a very powerful entity. And I like that idea because I believe, personally, I think, that we were just so outgunned in the media space that we were competing with Trump, competing with Fox News, competing with Facebook at the time, which was a very powerful entity that was a sort of conduit for MAGA adjacent messaging. Like, we needed to, put some, messaging thrust behind the campaign. I went around, I told this a lot to people, and the thing that everyone came back to me to say was, and smart people, was there is no evidence that early ads work. I mean, you're basically recommending that we are lighting money on something. I was never fully convinced of that, but I also was incapable of convincing the people who said that to do something different. What is your response to that?
I mean, does that logically make sense?
It doesn't make sense. Well, I mean, they will throw a bunch of political science research at you that people have very short memories or are not paying attention at the time, and so it doesn't. The impressions are not worth the money, I guess.
I mean, research also didn't show that smoking caused cancer until research.
Sure enough.
No, I think I really appreciate the folks in the academic space for pushing us to be rigorous, but at the end of the day, like, I think it's really important to name that political advertisers and what we were trying to do when we were trying to win elections is fundamentally different than any other, communication challenge, marketing challenge in the broader world, right? At the end of the day, not to bring Nike back into it, but like Nike spends millions of dollars a year to think they're a really cool brand. They run ads around every sporting event to make you like them, but ultimately they're trying to sell you shoes, and they get to use shoe sales as a proxy for whether their Just Do It ads are working or not. We don't have that. We do not have proxies that we get to use to understand whether someone's mind is being changed, right? Like,
Vote
that's why
share?
surveys are, we invest so much
Fucking
in
vote
surveys
share?
because
What are you
it's
talking
the
about?
closest we can get to being able to ask
Sales,
someone, were you
obviously.
persuaded by this? Did we tell you
Vote
to?
sling, vote share,
And,
these things.
that,
Duh.
I've spent a
She
huge
knows
chunk of
this
my
too,
career
like,
trying
what the
to
fuck is
get
she
to a
even
point where
saying?
we can zero in and understand how to properly measure a persuasion effect, and it is quite challenging, and it is that I've spent broader world, right? At the end of the day, not to bring Nike back into it, but like Nike spends millions of dollars a year to think they're a really cool brand. They run ads around every sporting event to make you like them, but ultimately they're trying to sell you shoes, and they get to use shoe sales as a proxy for whether their Just Do It ads are working or not. We don't have that. We do not have proxies that we get to use to understand whether someone's mind is being changed, right? Like, that's why surveys are, we invest so much in surveys because it's the closest we can get to being able to ask someone, were you persuaded by this? Did we tell you the shoe? And that I've spent a huge chunk of my career trying to get to a point where we can zero in and understand how to properly measure a persuasion effect. And it is quite challenging, and it is probably the hardest thing that I had to face in my career. But the reality is, the Republicans are investing close to $1 billion over the last decade in always on infrastructure and communication that we get to use to understand whether someone's mind is being changed, right? Like, that's why surveys are, we invest so much in surveys because it's the closest we can get to being able to ask someone, were you persuaded by this? Did we tell you the shoe? And that I've spent a huge chunk of my career trying to get to a point where we can zero in and understand how to properly measure a persuasion effect, and it is quite challenging, and it is probably the hardest thing that I've had to face in my career. But the reality is, the Republicans are investing close to $1 billion. By surveys are, we invest so much in surveys because it's the closest we can get to being able to ask someone, were you persuaded by this? Did we tell you the shoe? And that I've spent a huge chunk of my career trying to get to a point where we can zero in and understand how to properly measure a persuasion effect, and it is quite challenging, and it is probably the hardest thing that I've had to face in my career. But the reality is, the Republicans
Sounds like an
are
exciting
investing
challenge mathematically.
close to $1 billion over the last decade in always-on infrastructure and communication, and I think it is quite obvious that it has paid off, right? You look at, the example I like to give is Trump, after the shooting.
Close to $1 billion. Excuse me. Just Twitter alone cost him $44 billion. What the fuck are you talking about?
The need to build a ballroom. We don't have that program on our site. There's a lot of folks that are, were you persuaded by this? Did we tell you the shoe? And that I've spent a huge chunk of my career trying to get to a point where we can zero in and understand how to properly measure a persuasion effect, and it is quite challenging, and it is probably the hardest thing that I've had to face in my career. But the reality is, the Republicans are investing close to $1 billion over the last decade in always-on infrastructure and communication, and I think it is quite obvious that it has paid off, right? You look at, the example I like to give is Trump, after the shooting, within an hour, he had people on the internet talking about the ballroom and how the shooting has substituted the need to build a ballroom. We don't have that amplification, program on our side. There's a lot of folks that are working really hard to build it, but it just shows the long-term payoff of what always on infrastructure looks like. Meanwhile, Democrats sit around and our amplification is like crossing your fingers and toes hoping for a retweet from Barack Obama. Like, if you want to look at that and say that our situation is better.
Yeah, because you guys have CNN.
I think at the end of the day, like,
the New York Times and the Washington Post and all that kind of stuff.
Play and we have to be able to the internet talking about to build a ballroom. We don't have that amplification, program on our side. There's a lot of folks that are working really hard to build it, but it just shows the long-term payoff of what always on infrastructure looks like. Meanwhile, Democrats sit around and our amplification is like crossing your fingers and toes hoping for a retweet from Barack Obama. Like, if you want to look at that and say that our situation is better, I just don't buy that. I think at the end of the day, like, art and science have to come into play, and we have to be able to use our judgment and be able to pick ballroom and how the shooting necessitated the need to build a ballroom. We don't have that amplification, program on our side. There's a lot of folks that are working really hard to build it, but it just shows the long-term payoff of what always on infrastructure looks like. Meanwhile, Democrats sit around and our amplification is like crossing your fingers and toes hoping for a retweet from Barack Obama. Like, if you want to look at that and say that our situation is better, I just don't buy that. I think at the end of the day, like, art and science have to come into play, and we have to be able to use our judgment and be able to say that, always on communication, it has to matter, right? Like, we can see it playing out in front of our eyes. But I think a critical reason that we are doing things differently, and I empathize with the criticism of Always On, in that sometimes you can look at the way it plays out in a budget and just think, well, there's no way in hell we can afford that. You can't afford to, like, be at the impression levels now that we would want to be at in the fall of 2028. But that's why the priorities approach of really using behavioral targeting as an entry point to have these conversations is I'm so excited about this program because it's the first time that I've really looked at a program through the lens of how do we reach people, not necessarily during a time when they're registering to vote or when news is breaking, kind of those natural political moments, but instead during the moments of, hey, I'm Googling whether my lettuce is safe. Like, that's the perfect time to have a political conversation. It doesn't mean we're going to be on all the time. In fact, we're not on right now, but, like, the next time something, politically relevant happens, you'll see us go up.
All right, I'm going to look at some of your ads because they look nothing like a typical Democratic ad. I'm going to start with one about J.D. Vance.
Hi, I'm J.D. Vance. As Vice President, I cast a tie-breaking vote to cover healthcare, and I've been helping our great leader create tremendous wealth, which has been trickling down to you. Rome wasn't built in a day, of course, but ultimately, you're going to feel the benefits. And your Medicaid? Why worry? That's just immaterial minutia. Anyway, get back to work. Almost late for your second job. And President Trump and I have to get back. Please decorate.
Okay. I believe that was Donald Trump taking a leap on J.D. Vance's head to make a point about good economics. I love it.
Yeah, so, go ahead.
Yeah, talk to me about the concept of the ad, who you showed the ad to, and what the reaction to it was.
Yeah, so, my friends at home think being an executive director is, like, out there talking to rich people. It's actually just getting a Slack from your CMO that says, hey, how do you feel about an ad with some piss in it? That's quite literally the reality of this job. But, I think that this ad is about recognizing that if you can't actually get someone to watch your ad, it doesn't matter how well it's done, right? The number one thing that we need to be aware of is the skip button and the second screen that exists, and the fact that people are just naturally going to tune out of what we're saying. So if we want to be able to actually get our message across about gas prices, we need to deliver it in a format that's going to capture people's attention. This is just one ad, right? I think it's really, the media responds really well to, hey, look at this one ad and cover it and get some media attention on it. The reality is, like, Prologue is going to be thousands of ads over the next 2 years. We're going to throw shit at the wall, see what sticks, and then move on with our lives.
Appreciate you.
This ad is one example of something that we tried. It actually did get a ton of attention. People watched it all the way through. I think we were really excited about the metrics that we saw. People want humor. They want things. They want politics to be a little bit less serious. And so that was our attempt to kind of play around with that those insights.
So, the typical way we have been measuring the efficacy of ads and messaging over the last, decade here is persuasion index, right? How much does it, based on we're testing the ad in front of tens of thousands of people, and how many points did this take off of Trump's approval, or how much did it move vote choice in our favor? And these are all in a polarized environment, very small numbers that, were like, an ad to be 3 times better than another ad, if it's good approval 3 times, not 3 points, not 1 point.
Yeah.
What is your metric of success here? Is it completion rate? Are you testing persuasion effects? How are you thinking about it?
All of the above. I think we are of the opinion that there's no singular metric that's ever going to tell you your ad is working. You have to take a really wide lens and take it all in. We didn't do creative testing in 2016. I think in the aftermath, I was really excited when the idea of creative testing kind of came into the ecosystem, because I was like, okay, we can finally understand before we put money behind an ad, how's it going to do? I don't know if you guys remember, 2016, the biggest thing was so many of our ads were fucking backlash. They were actually moving people in the wrong direction, and that was such an eye-opening thing. And so I was always of the opinion, I think we are of the opinion that there's no singular metric that's ever going to tell you your ad is working. You have to take a really wide lens and take it all in. We didn't do creative testing in 2016. I think in the aftermath, I was really excited when the idea of creative testing kind of came into the ecosystem, because I was like, okay, understand before we put money behind an ad, how's it going to do? And I don't know if you guys remember, 2016, the biggest thing was so many of our ads were fucking backlash. They were actually moving people in the wrong direction, and that was such an eye-opening thing.
Yeah.
And so I was always of the opinion that, you can take a look at a creative test.
And how long did it take them to realize that?
2016, the biggest thing was so many of our ads were fucking backlash. They were actually moving people in the wrong direction, and that was such an eye-opening thing. And so I was always of the opinion that, you can take a look at a creative test result and weed out the ads that are going to do harm and actually move people in the wrong direction. And then if you have 5 ads at the end of the day that move people in the right direction, put them all online and see how they do, right? Let's compare offline and online metrics against each other to really understand, how they're going to both be complementary and maybe disagree with each other. Not to shout out the team on the Newsom campaign, but they did this really well during the Prop 50 campaign. I think their whole theory was, we're going to test our ads. We are going to see what works in a kind of lab environment. We're going to see what horse race looks like. But instead of picking the top ad that has the highest horse race effect, we're just going to put everything out there that doesn't do harm, and then see on YouTube which audience does which ad move. I just give them a lot of props for kind of taking that theory. It's in strong alignment with kind of the priorities theory of the case, and it obviously had a really awesome impact in that race. But yeah, I think part of our theory, and this is one of the other tools that we're actually in development on right now, is what does it look like to amass a much larger set of signals to understand how something might resonate online, beyond just how something tests in a creative test and how something polls. How is an issue being talked about on a podcast? How is it being talked about in a comment section, in a search trend, at the doors? There's a million different data sets that we have available to us that we can be listening to. And part of what Priorities is doing is amassing all of those into a centralized view so that we can take everything in and make strategic judgments accordingly.
All right, let's look at an ad about Marco Rubio and Nel's success.
You think America can't get any more expensive? That we can't afford another pointless war? Well, the call isn't yours to make. It's his. With the Little Marco Invasion Action playset. Boots that are too big. Promises he can't keep.
This is not going to be a popular.
He starts the wars. We pay for it. Social Security? Not anymore. Medicare? Bye-bye. That sends real boys off to war. The Little Marco Invasion Action playset.
I love it. I love Little Marco. Similar vibe they all have a South Parkian, I guess is their term, vibe to them, yeah. which I do like. Who was the target audience for this ad, and how did it do?
Yeah, so generally speaking, Priorities is always kind of trying to go after the young voters and voters of color as our primary audience. Looking ahead to 2028, our team has identified just under 10 million voters across the battleground states that kind of fit into that category. So that is, the primary audience for this. I think for this particular creative brief, we were also quite interested in having an effect with young men in particular, just because that's a tough audience for us.
I heard you say that you mentioned YouTube comments earlier that you read them and that they're actually sort of influencing some of the creative thinking, which is a far cry from, which is probably causing data nerds within the party to lose their mind that we would look at YouTube comments. But one thing you said to Peter Hamby was that the YouTube comments about JD Vance and Marco Rubio were different in one very notable respect. Could you say what that was?
Yeah, for sure. So let me explain quickly why we care so much about comment sections at parties, because it does cause a lot of stress, but I do think it's super valid. So we did a research project last summer where we interviewed a bunch of young men on how they watch YouTube. And by far and away, the biggest takeaway from that research project was just how reliable these young men are on comment sections. They watch a video, they jump to the comment section, they really want to understand what their peers think, they really want to understand if there's agreement or disagreement. It is like peer validation that is like happening in front of our eyes, and it is like, people like to say the internet is not real life, comment sections are not real life. I'm not here to say that people who are commenting on videos are representative of voters, but it is an environment where conversations are happening, and we need to take it seriously and learn from it. So that is why we care so much about observing what is going on in these comment sections. And what we saw when we were happening, polling like on Vance and Rubio in particular, our team was going about, picking out the messages that you would, pull out when you're pulling together a poll. But we also spent a lot of time kind of scouring the internet to understand what are the narratives that are kind of naturally occurring around these guys. What are the late night hosts saying about these guys? What are comment sections? What are podcasts saying about them? So that we could, have a little bit of an internet first lens to the narratives that are appearing in our polling. And we found that while comment sections about JD Vance were often, quite negative, definitely poking fun at him, people are not afraid to poke fun at JD Vance. Marco Rubio's comments were a lot more positive. There's just not a lot of criticism happening organically about him online, and it's actually why in rolling out this program, I think our team walked away feeling a lot more anxious about kind of what we have in front of us to define Marco Rubio, just because A, he's super undefined, B, people are not willing to, go super negative on him online, and C, like in rolling out this program to the press, the only person anyone wants to talk about right now is JD Vance. People don't want to talk about Marco Rubio, and that's the problem.
The JD Vance thing is interesting because I think a lot about political messaging when you're trying to define a person. If you kind of want to memify him, and you can either be memified in a cool way or in a bad way. Trump may actually be the one person who resists memeing because he kind of is a meme of himself. He developed his own meme in the 80s and just like lived with it since. But it is what it's like. This is even before we talk about like that's what happened to John Kerry with the windsurfing and the I was 44 again. So he was memified. He lost. Al Gore was before that. A man who was chosen by Bill Clinton to be on the ticket because he was thought to be the most ethical and moral person in the Senate. Then by the end was turned into a giant liar who claimed he invented the internet and was so boring. He got memified, right? And so Vance seems like I always think about when we you can. I'm sure if we do message testing and we ask the millions of video focus groups, like you would want to say they're bad on affordability, but that's not it's not a culturally relevant message. A culturally relevant message is that JD Vance is a Google.
I actually looked at creative brief right before we got on because I wanted to remember. Our creative brief literally describes what we think the meme of these guys should be. For JD Vance, it's the flannel shirt doesn't fit him anymore. Right? He grew up seemingly middle class. He's now in the Trump administration, and unfortunately, the flannel shirt that he once wanted to wear no longer up. He's grown out of it because he's spent the last couple of years catering to the Trump administration. So what you thought you knew about him before, it's not so true anymore. So everything you're going to see us put out over the next couple of years, for now, I think the meme could evolve, and part of our research is going to be to try to understand, poke holes in that theory. But that's kind of the story that we're trying to tell about Vance. And it also allows us to, tell that story through a climate change lens or an abortion lens or an economic lens. It doesn't require us to, pit issues against each other. I think every time as a party we're pitting issues against each other, we're losing. I think that our team has picked out for Rubio is he's a chicken hawk. He's all talk, but when it actually comes to it, he never served in the military. He's actually nowhere to be found right now, despite everything that's going on in Iran. So, those, like I said, our team in putting together this creative brief and really distilling the research, it was less about what are the top issues and more, what's the one sentence that you want someone to describe them as when they walk away? And I think that's really our theory on narrative and messaging at Priorities.
All right, before I let you go, like as we are sitting here today, there's somewhere between 12 and 400 people who are planning to run for president very soon. In those campaign headquarters, there are already people, you and I have been these people in candidates in the past, who are charting out in memos and slide decks what the campaign should look like, what the strategy would be, what the campaign structure would be. What advice do you have for these campaigns to, learn from what you guys have done and to avoid making some of the mistakes we've made in recent campaigns where I think some of our structure and strategies have been anachronistic at best?
Yeah. I mean, I would be remiss not to say that, like, digital has to be at the table. Like, if you are not bringing in
digital be the table?
Yes, right, there's all the debate of digital as a team versus a tactic. Yes, like, I hope we are past that, but I have to say it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the other thing is just, like, I think that if I get asked all the time, well, how are you guys actually acting on this research? It's really smart, it's really insightful, but like, how should it change my strategy? And I think my singular answer to that question is more and more video. You are never going to regret making more video for today, the way today's internet operates. I think Kyle Clark put this study out a couple weeks or last week around just how much Cory Booker is just churning out
she
video.
said you're
and
never going
constantly
to
putting
regret
things
making
out,
more
and it's,
video
earning him
in the
a
current
ton of awesome,
climate.
goodwill on the internet. You are never going to regret doing more. But I think that requires a fundamental shift in, we need to stop editing ourselves on the front end. We need to stop putting things through 20 rounds of legal compliance research review and just start putting things on the internet and seeing what sticks. The internet is a place where we have a lot to learn. We need to stop thinking about it as just a distribution channel and instead think about it as a place where we can do a lot of good in listening and observing how people are responding to our content.
Danielle Butterfield, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for nerding out with me on my favorite topic in the world. It's been so much fun. We will be watching what you guys are doing for the rest of this election and the next. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Talk soon.
Positive America is a Crooked Media production. Our show is produced by Austin Fisher, Saul Rubin, McKenna Roberts, and Farrah Safari, with Reed Cherlin, Elijah Cohn, and Adrian Hill. Our team includes Matt DeGroat, Ben Hefcoat, Jordan Cantor, Charlotte Landis, David Tolles, Mia Kelman, Ryan Young, and Naomi Single. Our staff is proudly unionized with the Writers Guild of America East.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
He put out a leaflet saying it's illegal, in fact, to rape. I don't know if you guys were aware of that. Also, benefits for foreign nationals, we'll talk about that. And finally, has the right, particularly in the US, gone full retard? We'll talk about the Candace Owens, the great debate between Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson. All of that coming up very shortly. But first of all, let's start with Jason Ardy. This was a Cambridge academic, clearly a fantasist, made all sorts of claims. He was a top-level marathon runner. He didn't speak until he was 11, didn't read until he was 18, but went to Cambridge, became a PhD. And when all of this stuff was revealed, he got a lot of media attention, let's put it that way. In fact, he'd had a lot of media attention before this, but now the media attention turned negative, and he tragically
took media attention.
Indeed. And he tragically took his own life, and now apparently the media killed him. Tom, you've obviously covered this story. Are you responsible?
Well, apparently so. I woke up on the day after to find out that I was actually guilty of murder. There's been lists doing the rounds on social media. Is anyone seeing this? Because there's nothing sinister, is there, about drawing up lists of journalists you dislike. And they're actually openly calling for embarrassing professional or personal information about us in order to give us a taste of our own medicine. Yeah, I found the meltdown after Jason Ardy's tragic death to be almost much more revealing and disturbing than the whole Jason Ardy scandal in general. Like, people will be aware of the amount of lies that he's told, plagiarism accusations. A lot of questions were asked about how the hell did someone like this end up at Cambridge University? Why did no one notice that all of these wild claims about kind of Herculean athletic achievements, as well as, you know, a remarkable kind of string of personal crises which wouldn't really pass the sniff test. But what's happened since is, first of all, the idea that just reporting on or criticising public figures is like tantamount to driving them up to the bridge and pushing them off, which I think is really, really disgusting. And also just a complete rewriting of history. I went to that vigil in Trafalgar Square on Monday night, and it's as if these people either haven't been paying attention or are just doubling down on this kind of myth of St. Jason in order to bash the press. So it's we like to think that we'd escaped like peak BLM a few years ago, peak woke a few years ago, but it's back with an absolute vengeance now, and they've chosen as their champion. Again, a man whose story ended in very tragic fashion, but isn't hardly the sort of unimpeachable victim of a racist press that he's being made out of.
Winston,
Tom,
what about you? What do you think?
Oh, how many people? I mean, these claims for 30,000 are, to be frank, complete rubbish. I mean, everyone knows that there is a kind of inflation of numbers at every demonstration. Every organiser does it, regrettably. I think someone pointed out that you couldn't even fit 30,000 in the entirety of Trafalgar Square, and we were just up on the area just outside the steps of the National Gallery. I, in my very unscientific kind of method, thought maybe we're in the low thousands there. I'm not 100% sure, but it wasn't 30,000, that much I can tell you for something.
I think the official capacity for Trafalgar Square is 10,000. You can't fit more than 10,000 people in that.
Is it? Probably.
In that space.
Yeah. Yeah, so the Stand Up for Racism, all these people on the Ardy side of the argument claiming there's 30,000 is absolutely ludicrous and kind of fitting in this whole story. I've covered this show. I had Nathan Kofnas, who was the former Cambridge fellow who revealed the story on Substack. Actually, there's people who've revealed this story about Ardy as early as when he started at Cambridge, and I point to Simon Webb here, who's a YouTuber who goes under the name History Debunked. So this has been covered for some time, and there have been journalists like at the Times, Jack Grove, and there's a professor at Plymouth University who is also covering this called Dr. David Harris. And before we sort of, this story is crazy because it's pulled down a whole infrastructure, not just Cambridge, but individuals like Simon Baron-Cohen, like Novara Media, and we're going to get into that. But I think it's just worth pointing exactly what the tragedy is, and because you mentioned tragedy, Constantine. This is a man who spent his entire life lying and his lies caught up with him. He was a career con man. He was a fraudster. Now, I don't take any joy in saying that. We all fall short of the glory of God. I don't purport to be without sin. The real villainous thing, the thing which I think is actually an evil thing, was what happened at the end. It's not just that he committed suicide. It's that rather than face the consequences of a lifetime of lying and fraud, which, by the way, he might have had legal pushback against, I don't know, and we can't tell now, but I think technically some of this stuff he's done is illegal and he could have faced consequences there. But instead of doing that, he decided to abandon his children. And so now there are 2 children who are going to be fatherless. And that, for me, is a terrible thing. And that's the real tragedy for these 2 children. And that's where my personal sympathies and empathy lies. And that's the core of this story, which has now become a saga so much that even yesterday, Nathan Kofnas, who has moved from Cambridge to Ghent University, was then suspended at Ghent University, not just by anyone though, by a trans gynecologist, professor and rector, who was formerly called Dave de Sutter and is now Petra de Sutter, and was also a member of the Green Party in Belgium. So it's just the most absurd saga that never seems to end. I mean, by the time this episode goes out, I'm sure there'll be new developments.
Francis?
So I think one of the things that's really actually interesting about this case, and one of the things that people don't discuss about enough, is that a lot of people on the left, and people who are pro-Jason Harday, will make the claim that it was exposed by a racist professor, Nathan Kofnas, or a racist academic. And we can talk about that, whether Nathan is or isn't, later on. But what's really interesting is, well, the mainstream media wanted to expose this, yet they had a literal knock on the door from the police, effectively silencing them. And by the way, this isn't, not that it would matter in the slightest, this isn't the Daily Express that we're talking about, this isn't even the Daily Mail, this isn't really the Times, this is the Times educational supplement. And everyone can drink now. As somebody who used to be a teacher and actually used to read the Times educational supplement, you're going into the brand. But, as somebody used to read the Times educational supplement week in, week out, pretty much cover to cover, it's not exactly the most right-wing of publications. And this is a very, very powerful example that if you can silence the press, what you ultimately cannot do is silence the truth, because eventually the truth will get out. And if it's not going to be legitimate sources, quote unquote, then it's going to be somebody speaking about these sources that you do not like. Ultimately, the truth about Jason Harday, he wasn't just a professor, he had a professorial chair, possibly the highest achievement in academia. That is the role and that is the position that man had. And when you are at that level and you do not deserve to be at that level and you are a fabulist, it will come out. And unfortunately, it came out in the manner that it did, but it wouldn't have happened in this way if we hadn't have silenced the press last year and in the years before that.
I think the real reason it wouldn't have happened is if this guy, people say he's a vulnerable guy, and there's no way for us externally to judge that. Perhaps he was, perhaps he wasn't. If he wasn't promoted way beyond his remit, way beyond his station, and if we didn't live in a world in which people are given things by virtue of the skin color they have, the various abilities or disabilities and so on, and putting him in that position seems to me set him up for this. Not least because Stephen Edgington, who we've had on the show, who everybody will be aware of, he wrote a great article detailing how for 6 years the mainstream media pushed Jason Harday into this position, into the position of being this media star. Like if he'd just been an obscure Cambridge academic who, thanks to DEI, got pushed into a position where he taught apparently very badly and people didn't feel that they were getting their money's worth, okay, no one would really give a shit, right? But the problem is, once you elevate this person into question time appearances, into appearance on all sorts of media platforms, into being held up as this great bastard. I mean, there's this great clip, we're not going to play it today, but of Jason Ardy talking to James O'Brien, which he absolutely does O'Brien like a kipper and just tells him how amazing O'Brien is and how brilliant he is and how wonderful he is. And O'Brien is sitting there, and I think he says, oh, it's great that it's the end of the episode because otherwise I'd be crying. So he went around getting all these opportunities. And then people go, well, why has he got so much media scrutiny? Look, to be honest with you, I think Winston, myself, and actually all of us have been on the end of media scrutiny. You know, and it's not necessarily super pleasant when people are saying things about you. Invariably, when you are in the limelight in this way, a lot of the things people say about you are not accurate and not entirely fair. That just tends to be what happens. But if that's sort of the thing that really matters, and not entirely fair. That just tends to be what happens. But if there's substantial basis for the claims that people are making, that's sort of the thing that really matters. The one other thing I wanted to add is as well, it seems to me like one thing that has happened since his taking of his own life is we've actually built an incentive structure which encourages people in that situation to do what he did. That's what I see here, because if you're someone who is caught out doing something in public that you shouldn't be doing, and you get a lot of negative media attention, then you have this now, apparently, this one trump card, where people who've been covering your story fairly accurately and fairly, will then come out and say, oh my God, I was so wrong. And we actually have a clip of Aaron Bastani, who, you know, we respect him, he's been on our show many times, from Navarra Media, and there was someone else from Navarra Media as well who did this mea culpa struggle session, and it's just worth seeing what this incentive structure creates in the reaction of the media.
I wish I could ask Jason for his forgiveness for what I said, but I can't. All I can do is ask for the forgiveness of his friends, colleagues, and family. Now, they might not want to forgive me. That's their right. That's the point. Forgiveness is theirs to give, not mine to take. It's about them, not me. Professionally, I erred, but ethically, and that's what I really care about, I really screwed up. I can't make amends, obviously, but I'm going to reflect on my behavior in all of this and how I can use my energies more productively. More productively to cover those issues our audience really care about, those stories that really matter, and how I can make a difference for the better, not the worse.
It's interesting. I do wonder if say, a story about a right-wing academic, say Nathan Kofnas, for example, if Nathan Kofnas was involved in plagiarism and fabrication of claims, etc., would that be a story of interest to Navarra viewers, and would Aaron have that same reaction, do you think, Tom?
No, not at all. I mean, also, it's worth pointing out that despite the fact that we've seen these kind of hostage video style apologies, I mean, all Aaron Blessing was missing there was a copy of today's newspaper and a reassurance that he was being treated properly by his captors, at least. And I like Aaron, he's a smart guy, and is also someone who's kind of reliably interesting on the left, which is quite a rare thing, if we're being honest, these days. But not only is that kind of spectacle so pathetic, it's also so out of whack with what it is they supposedly actually did. Navarro didn't cover that story particularly extensively. I mean, Aaron there, I think, right in saying, is apologising for one tweet that he posted in which he referred to Arde as a con man, which, to be honest, is more or less an accurate description. That's one of the things about all of this which is really concerning to me, is that there's often kind of spasms of anger with the press. There's some kind of scandal, there's some kind of horrific tragedy, press intrusion might be brought up, the occasions on which the press will just not tell the truth. This is, you know, hardly new. What's happening now is that the press are being accused of murder, demonised, smeared for telling the truth, for doing their jobs, for doing what Cambridge and Simon and Schuster and all the other kind of elite institutions that Arde had any contact with should have done, which is to do basic sniff test, to look into the claims about his life and his academic record that he had been making. And that's what makes it so sinister, I think. I mean, you've got activists saying that there was misinformation posted about Jason Arde. There wasn't, it was just information which was put out there. And it's often being presented as if this was kind of scandal mongering, like there were just rumours about Jason Arde and that the press, with no thought to his state of mind, were just circulating it. if you look at just the reporting that went into Jack Grove's Times Higher Education piece, he put together a 97-page dossier. He had academic experts pour over it, he had people run it through software, all the kind of different steps. This was a really overwhelming case, and I think, bless them, but at Navarro Media, I don't know what's going on there other than is this audience capture, or is this just being caught up in the middle of one of these sort of moral panics, basically, that we find ourselves in. But
well, I think maybe to
this would not be
steelman
the
their
same
position.
if some of the details are different.
To maybe to steelman their position, you know, if you feel that you've contributed to someone taking their own life and you genuinely feel responsibility, I mean, there is this kind of slightly moronic, in my opinion, view online, which is like, never apologize. Well, no, like, if you've done something wrong, definitely apologize. That's a decent thing to do. But the problem that I see is, like you say, I don't think Aaron or Navarro did anything wrong. Aaron did talk about this story, but he was right to talk about this story. So to then apologize, this is what I mean by saying you're giving people a trump card by encouraging them to effectively take their own life in a situation where they're facing scrutiny.
Because I think that's a really important point, because we are presenting the taking of one's own life almost as a rational response to public criticism.
Yeah.
That's a really dangerous road to go down.
Really
and
dangerous.
It's naturally going to chill the press as well. Are we saying that you can't go after a politician or a prominent person in public life, public intellectual, because of what might happen? I mean, that's a really chilling precedent to say. I don't know why more people
Well, listen, you've had your fair share from media and online and all that. What do you think about it?
And I've issued public apologies.
I don't know why more people
Well, listen, you've had your fair share from media and online and all that. What do you think about it?
And I've issued public apologies. I definitely got opinions on my perspective on the things in our media. I'd add to just on what Aaron Bastani seems to be apologising for, which is, as Tom rightly says, it's not necessarily even an opinion, but let's take for the sake of argument, it's an opinion that he had that Arde was a con man. Does that mean that Aaron Bastani is no longer going to publish op-eds? Is that it? Are Navarro Media now only going to publish facts, no more opinion? I mean, fantastic. I'm thrilled that that's the case.
I thought you were pro free speech, mate.
I'm pro free speech, but even Navarro Media tests my patience a little bit there. It's put himself in a situation. I'm not sure how he can get out of it professionally. He's kind of created a trap for himself. It's going to be very curious to see how that plays out. And apology. Now, I'm not
Because sugar's way cheaper than maple. But it wouldn't take much maple either, so. Basically what I did was I seared the bacon on both sides. And then after that process...
Are you talking to me?
Oh yeah, I was.
What?
Basically what I did was I seared the bacon on both sides, and then at the end of that process, there was enough bacon fat that I was able to just turn down the temp a bit, and I ended up turning the temp back up actually, so I didn't need to turn down the temp. But what I did was I tilted the pan so that the grease would pool, and then I basically just put the pieces inside the grease and deep fried them in the pan to get the fat to render. Deep fried them in their own fat.
Just don't expect too much. I'm ready to serve.
Welcome to the stream, my friend.
stronger than ever. Strength flows through me.
This may sound like a good solution, but it really just puts me right back exactly where I was with getting special accommodations. He's just putting in writing that I'm supposed to get special accommodations, pretty much, because of the widespread issue. Like the last time I went to work, I walked past the oversized area. And when I tell you that every single trailer looked fucking insane, I am not kidding. Like, they literally just threw that shit in there, man. Like, that seemed like it was like the established, like, rule. Like, that's how you do it. It's just, you just throw it in there. Like, I find it ridiculous what this response is. Like, what is telling my PA is only going to get me back to finding me a trailer that I can work at slow by myself and it's fresh. Like that's just establishing what that's going to be. Like that's insane. I don't know where to go from here. I don't want to go back to having to report to a PA or management right away at my job because most people are not following the job that they're actually supposed to be doing, dictated by the standards and policies. things. It's pretty old.
They got messed up.
Enjoy now.
Just so good. Simply inspiring. As though it were made by the royal chef. Breaking news, our merch just got a full revamp with all new designs and items. So if you want a little more random in your life, head over to clubrandom.com and check out the store. We've got premium hoodies, including our brand new quad hoodies with the updated logo, super soft t-shirts, super soft for men and women, and even tie-dye shirts. All merch is available exclusively at clubrandom.com. While you're there, catch up on recent episodes and grab some swag and bring a little random home. Once again, that's clubrandom.com.
My dad's not a very feeling guy. He said to me the year before he passed, he said, "I'm worried about you. They're going to come for you." And it really shook me.
And the number of times that's happened to me, as controversial as I am in the number of years I've been on, it's crazy.
Good to see you, Robert.
How are you?
I'm
How have you
doing
been
great.
since the last time I saw you 5 minutes ago?
Yeah,
I was on your podcast.
Yeah, this is rough.
How many people do you think will watch both?
Oh, Bill, I have dozens and dozens of fans.
You have a lot of fans.
No.
I gotta tell you, like, my impression was like,
John got ready.
I'm going to loosen you up. Because
Oh,
now
yeah.
you're a brilliant guy.
Oh, yeah.
What do you drink?
I drink Maker's Mark and ginger ale because it makes my voice deeper the next day, which means I'm more authoritative.
You said that you don't teach anymore.
Well, I teach. I do an online class, but I haven't taught since COVID because, as we said, I got so upset.
Then how do you meet co-eds to cheat with?
There we go. First spit take.
Put it in the spit take reel.
That wasn't even planned.
We have a reel. We have a reel of spit takes.
No, I have a healthy rule that anyone I work with or is in my class flies up and locked. I just think that's a sort of
Put it in the spit take reel.
That wasn't even planned.
We have a reel. We have a reel of spit takes.
No, I have a healthy rule that anyone I work with or is in my class flies up and locked. I just think that's a survival instinct.
What is?
Not fucking your students or anyone you work with, Bill. I just think that's a good idea. Generally speaking, it's just a good idea. It's a good idea. By the way, 1 in 3 relationships.
I never did it either.
1 in 3 relationships begin at work. In my experience, I've had 12 weddings. 99% of them are consensual. If you don't know how to navigate office politics, to ask someone out for coffee and figure out if it's appropriate or not appropriate, you got bigger problems. I'm actually, it's been terrible for young people in relationships.
I mean, you're associated among all America's intellectuals, and of course we're talking about a small group of people, but you are certainly among them
nobody has thought of as more, I would say, a voice and a party on this kind of issue. I mean, as I always say,
On my side, there are much more credible voices on the other side.
well, I don't know what the other side is, but I know that whenever you're on the show, I always do the same joke. Scott has been thinking a lot about little boys.
I thought you were going to talk about me I think young people should drink more.
No, but you talk a lot about lost boys.
Yeah.
And men, and it is true. I mean, there is a crisis of masculinity in this country. I don't know anybody who's lived it more than you or seems to really understand it more.
Well, imagine yourself, we just talked in the last show when you were on my pod about your profile at Cornell. Imagine if you had 24/7 lifelike porn, Netflix, thinking you could make money,
right.
Constant billion times a second AI trying to keep you glued to your phone. How do you think you would have dealt with that at Cornell?
But since we're getting super real here,
yeah.
Okay, like the porn thing, I understand why porn is bad. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm not blind to this at all. In fact, I said it long ago. I don't think a lot of people were saying it. I get it because I see it. I don't see like the bad stuff, but I see them. I could click on that. It just it's rapey. It's domineering. I grew up on Playboy magazine when it was very tame. So that's not where I go. But just what's there, the porn, Scott, it's so good. And I don't see the problem why I'm supposed to hate it. I get it that it fucks up young boys. I'm not a young boy. And I can separate real sex from this sex. I'm not expecting real sex to be like this sex. They're two completely different categories. And I can make that distinction in my mind. I don't feel like it's a bad thing for me. I think it's just a different kind of pleasure.
Look, we talked about this before, that the purists are kind of ruining everything. And what I would suggest is the following. And it's uncomfortable to say this as a guy my age. I consume porn. What I would tell young people is that you need to modulate it, because I think we need to stop demonizing young men's horniness. Because wanting to have a relationship and wanting to have sex with someone, it does the following. It turns you into a better man.
I think so.
You start thinking about dressing, you start thinking about kindness practice, you start having a rap, you try to make people laugh, you take risks, you learn how to endure rejection. And something I just fucking hate is the incel movement. Guess what? 99% of us for 99% of history have been involuntarily celibate. Welcome to the fucking work week. It is hard. And the notion that you get some sort of credibility or hall pass and just back up and say, oh, it's women are being unfair or unreasonable. Women have been unfair and unreasonable for thousands of years, and that's why every subsequent generation is taller and smarter. They're choosier than we are. And young men today...
Wait, that's so interesting. Just say that again. I want to remember that. That's why we're taller and smarter. Because the chicks have been weeding out the loser.
For thousands of years. Isn't
that what you're saying?
The chocolate and peanut butter of evolutionary progress is men want to spread their seed to the four corners of the earth, and women deploy a finer filter screen to pick the smartest, tallest, fastest, and strongest seed. And that's why our kids are smarter, faster, stronger than the generation before.
Then how do we explain Ryan's secret? No, it's a joke. I'm not.
I like Ryan. I met him. He's a nice guy. But if you think of, so only 40% of men have reproduced throughout history, 80% of women. In the West, it's 75% of men. So men have more agency now than they've ever had. And also the bar's never been lower. If you're a dude who's reasonably in shape, has a job, works out, put yourself in the agency of strangers, you put yourself in the top 20% of men, and if you stay in the top 20% long enough, you are going to find yourself being voluntarily incelibate, which is fucking awesome. I am so sick of young men complaining they don't have agency. They have more agency now than you or I had. They don't have the venues, they don't have as many places to meet, but it is so, the bar has never been lower.
They have more. Are you kidding? They have a fucking menu on their phone that's interminable. Who was in my homeroom class? That's what I had. They have thousands of choices. Am I wrong about that?
Well, okay, there's some nuance, because unfortunately, while they have thousands of choices, 900 of those choices aren't interested in them. There is a winner-take most environment online.
As there has always been in human nature.
I agree. Look, the involuntarily celibate movement, the incel movement, is an excuse for guys like us where it was hard to give up. And the reality is, I was involuntarily celibate for the first 19 years of my life.
I've said the same.
No one would participate in my
I could
plan.
not agree more. We just didn't brag about it. We tried to keep it quiet because it was embarrassing. The last thing I wanted to do was trumpet that I can't get laid.
No,
So
100%.
yes, you're so right. That's so. It just shows the vast difference in generations. That's their approach to not being able to get laid. Join a club. Join a club with other losers. I was trying to meet guys who could get laid, and maybe I get a runoff. Yeah, well, yes, or something. Or I would just plot. I plotted. Like, how can I be attractive to a woman? That's all gone when you take pride in this club you're in. Yeah. And by the way, they've taken it to levels like they think someone thinks the government should subsidize their inceldom by paying for prostitutes. That's been put forward as a real plan.
Yeah, but I'm a big fan of paying for your own prostitutes. I think it's much better when you earn it. Anyways, but the whole point, typically the rewarding thing and the hard thing are the same thing. And establishing a romantic relationship that leads to a sexual relationship is really hard, and that's why it's so amazing when it happens.
Hey, want to know what doesn't make?
Establishing a romantic relationship that leads to a sexual relationship is really hard, and that's why it's so amazing when it happens.
Hey, want to know what doesn't make sense to me about skincare? We'll spend a fortune trying to fix the signs of aging after they show up, but when it comes to everything else in life, we're always told prevention is the smarter move. You maintain your car, you service your computer, you try and get some steps in every day, but your face, we wait until the writing's on the wall, or in this case, the lines on your forehead. And trust me, by the time you can read them, so can everyone else. That's what we like about OneSkin. OneSkin started by looking at how skin actually ages in the first place. It was founded by 4 PhD longevity scientists who studied skin at the cellular level and created their own proprietary peptide, OS1, designed to target the cells that contribute to visible aging. Over time, the team noticed smoother, firmer looking skin, a more even tone, and a healthier overall appearance. Turns out, when you deal with the writing before it's on the wall, there's nothing for anyone to read. It's backed by 4 peer-reviewed clinical studies, over 10,000 5-star reviews, and they've been recognized by Bloomberg and Fast Company as a leader in skin longevity. Born from over 10 years of longevity research, OneSkin is helping you unlock your healthiest skin now and as you age. For a limited time, try OneSkin with 15% off using Random at oneskin.co/random. That's 15% off oneskin.co with Random. After you purchase, they'll ask where you heard about them. Please support our show and tell them we sent you. Again, go to oneskin.co/random and use Random for 15% off. Yes, I've said this to women many times. You all think that all the other ones are complete whores who are giving it up all the time. And I'm here to tell you, they're not.
Right.
Of course you want to think that, because then it's like, oh, why? I can't find a guy. It's because these other ones are all giving it away. No, they're not. You're all basically wired the same. Yes, there are variations up to the point where, trans, and which is, that happens to people. But generally, women, I always say this, there's a reason why The Bachelor is still on. They still basically want the same thing, the majority of them, which is to find a real connection with someone of the opposite sex. That's the default setting.
The part that's hard, though, is if you talk to couples who've been together more than 30 years, there's research here, 70 to 80% say one was more interested in the other. And it was always the man that was more interested. Guys want someone cute, who's nice to get along with, and who they find attractive, which is 70% of the women a young man meets. Women have much finer filters, but what happens is, over time, the man was able to demonstrate excellence. I liked how he treated his parents at church. Right. He was funny. I liked the way he danced. He was great at work.
Considerate. He listened. He looked in my eyes.
The ultimate turn on, he asked follow-up questions, right? Where do young men now demonstrate excellence? Remote work, remote school. 40% of the bars and pubs in London have closed. So to be fair, it is harder to demonstrate excellence for a man. There aren't as many on-ramps into the middle class, so they're not as economically viable. But the thing I say when I talk about programs to advocate for leveling up young people and young men, you know who wants more economically and emotionally viable men? Women. I mean, how many times have we heard, I know all these great women, and they can't find a man? No, they can't find a man they want to date.
Exactly. Scott, we could make a lot of money with this. You know what? With your sort of like professorial, great, credentials and your esteem in this area.
Oh, yeah.
I once did a really funny editorial at the end of the show. We did a fake TED Talk where I taught men game, G-A-M-E, and went through all the thing, things as basic as wearing
You got laid because you're funny.
collared shirt.
There's research here. The three things women find most attractive in terms of the mating market are one, signaling resources, right? And we don't like to admit that, but the key word there is signal. If you don't order another bottle of alcohol at midnight and you go home because you got shit the next day, you're signaling resources. Women like a guy's in shape, not because they like big muscles, but it signals discipline and commitment.
Right.
If you're just good at what you do, they think at some point you will have resources. Number two is intellect. And the fastest way to communicate intellect, and this is how you and I lost our virginity, is humor. This is my imitation of a woman or impression of a woman. I'm laughing, I'm naked. If you can make a woman laugh, she will have coffee with you. I've always found that was the only game I had, was making women laugh. And the secret weapon, the AI guided, whatever the term is, missile that men don't appreciate is kindness.
All right, I agree with all that, but man, when you have
Here we go.
When you have to have coffee first, you're kind of a pussy. Okay.
That's what the kids do now. They don't drink.
I know. They're pussies. I have never had coffee with a woman in my life except after we had sex. That's just, I'm just not doing the coffee phase. I'm sorry, I'm not.
I think a lot of kids
coffee is day, it's not fun, it's just ugh.
Something else I think you'll agree with. I think men should always pay for everything.
I could not agree more, and I always do. And by the way, you're talking about signaling. I swear to God, I've never done this because I was signaling. I only did this because I was a lucky person, worked for a generous network, and as I said on your other podcast, I have no expensive hobbies or tastes, so I've accumulated enough money that I can tip really well.
Right.
And when girls see you tip with 50s and 100s to doormen and valets and waiters, it's very impressive. And I'm not trying to be impressive, it just is because of exactly what you're saying.
Kindness. It shows a lot of things.
It's like a fucking man tooth, beating the other man tooth. Is that an animal, a man tooth?
Every mammal has a courtship process, whether it's birds showing their feathers or kangaroos hopping around to demonstrate excellence. A woman's fertility window is about 25 years. A man's is 55 years. Her time is more valuable. Also, it's not paying for her, it's compensating, because for her to walk in the door costs her $300 between Sephora and waxing and the clothes she has to buy. In addition, the downside of sex, which most men are hoping is part of the dating process, is much greater for women from that. Her time is more valuable, it costs her more to show up. I've said to my son, my 18-year-old son who's just started dating, he's like, Dad, that's so boomer. I'm like, you pay for everything when you're in the company of a woman. And he's like, that's so boomer. I'm like, okay, just know this. I don't care what, we're gonna get shit for this. I don't care what any woman says. Don't ever expect to kiss anyone who you let pay.
I could not agree more, and it should be that way. And I'll tell you why it should be that way. I'll tell you why that is actually intellectually defensible and appropriate. You should pay because there's much higher chance that the person in this relationship who's going to be a rat is the man. The person in this relationship who's going to be a scumbag, it could be the woman, but it's much more likely going to be the man. And that's why the men should pay.
So you're apologizing up front?
I'm not apologizing. I'm just stating a fact. That is absolutely a fact. When they had Ashley Madison, the cheater website, it was like...
What did you say? The point is making this is not apologizing. He's trying to set himself apart.
I'm not apologizing. I'm just stating a fact. That is absolutely a fact. when they had Ashley Madison, the cheater
Yeah.
website, it was like 12,000 women and 28 million men.
Yeah, it's called
And the
seeking.
12,000 women were whores.
Right.
Trying to get the. So it was, please. And just, men do worse things to women than women do to men in the aggregate. They just do.
Yeah.
So
Or more violent.
I am
Yeah.
not against the fact that men should pay. And again, it just is, it's human nature. Don't make a political mess out of everything. It just is. Get on with the next thing.
Yeah, and if a woman asks a man out and you want to pay, have at it. But I think generally speaking, it just makes sense to show some chivalry, demonstrate valor, and say, I appreciate your time. I want to pay for this.
Yeah, you want to get laid or you don't. Make up your mind, okay? That's it.
I'm with you.
So, but I'm telling you, we could make a lot of money. Like opening up a chain. I'm seeing a chain.
I think you are making a lot of money.
Of how to get laid, like just seminars or something in the strip mall where, you and I, all we gotta do is make one video, which we show, and then once a year we show up at all the local branches and we give a pep talk. And I'm telling you, there is a
We're the
need.
new influencers.
How do people make money, Scott? You know, you're an economic whiz. When they see a need in the market, what more need in the market is there for instructing men to actually get women? Because they don't really want to be.
Yeah,
so.
but this is part of the grift of the manosphere. But by the way, you say we should work together. If I had your hair, I'd be polling number 4 for the Democratic nomination for president right now. Seriously, we don't need to make more money. We need to change the world.
Everybody says your health is the most important thing you've got. And how do we treat the most important thing we have? 10 minutes a year with a doctor who says everything looks normal and shows you the door. Try that with money. Imagine a financial advisor checking your retirement account once a year. Yeah, seems normal. He'd be fired by lunch. With money, we demand the full breakdown, but with our bodies, we take seems fine and drive home. Well, that's what I like about Superpower. The Club Random team has been checking it out, and it's built on a simple idea. Your health shouldn't be about waiting for something to go wrong. One set of lab tests gives you information on over 100 biomarkers like heart health, hormones, metabolism, vitamins, liver, thyroid, even environmental toxins. The app doesn't just dump numbers on you either. It actually explains what they mean and gives you a personalized plan based on your results. Turns out, 85% of members uncover early risk factors they never knew about. That's the kind of information I'd rather have before there's a problem. Go beyond your annual checkup and finally understand what's really happening inside your body. For a limited time, our listeners get $20 off to unlock their health membership. Head over to superpower.com and use code RANDOM for $20 off your $199 Superpower membership. And after you sign up, they'll ask you how you heard about Superpower. Tell them Club Random sent you to show support for our show. Do you really think that's true? They always said that a bald man couldn't be elected president. Adlai Stevenson did not do well. Dwight Eisenhower did not have a thick, furry head of hair.
I think Gavin Newsom is going to be our president. I think we're a looksist, sexist, racist country. And I think tall, handsome. I think the only thing I'm fairly confident about is that the Democratic nominee will be a straight white man over 6 feet tall.
Do you think in general the country is racist and sexist in 2026?
Yeah.
That characterizes us in a general way?
Well, okay, I don't see any reason why Secretary Clinton lost to Donald Trump other than sexism. I think if she'd had a dick, she'd be our president.
I mean, I'm a fan. I always thought Hillary would be good. She's one of the most sort of commonsensical people I've ever seen in politics.
Confident, smart, centrist.
Smart, yes, centrist. But I also see why she lost, why she rubs people the wrong way. If she had, I'll give you an example, because I remember covering it. She went into coal country.
Mm-hmm.
And she made a statement that was exactly what if you're a rational person, you would want someone to say about this issue, which is, you coal miners, you've done this country an incredible service. We needed coal. to make our country grow and run and blah, 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 heat our homes. But, you know, we found out it's bad for the environment, and now we want to move on, and we want to do that and also help you, whatever it is. They took out like the one part that made it sound like she was throwing him under the bus, which she wasn't. Who wants to be a fucking coal miner, first of all? The worst job in the world we're trying to save. Why? Because you're not getting enough black lung? So instead of going back there and saying, yeah, I said it and I meant it, and you assholes who are trying to twist it, that's not what I'm saying. And stop doing, and she just backtracked and did what Democrats always do, and pussied out and said, whatever she said, it was like, you lost already. Trump says 1,000 things that are worse, but he never apologizes for any of them.
Just doubles down, but I would argue that's one of the terrible things about
Yeah, it's terrible.
our
but-
society. I mean, the idea that you can't learn from a mistake and evolve and say I was wrong, being disqualifying. Also, I do think that Fox turns its sights on whoever they think is going to be the Democratic nominee and devote 24/7 to just shitposting that person. I think they're doing it to Gavin now. They're starting to turn their sights on Ossoff because they see he might be a threat.
But this has always been thus. This is not new. That the Republican machine, and on the other side, I mean, that's what the game is. You know, I mean, they create ads that will make you hate the other person. If you ask me what I think the bottom line problem is, it's hate. It's just, everyone is just so hateful of the other side. You can't, I know this as a stand-up, that if you make the crowd hate you, you can say the funniest thing in the world, they will not laugh. And it's the same, I think, in politics. If they hate you, you can have the greatest plan, the greatest idea, the thing that's actually going to make lives better. Doesn't matter. I hate you. I hate you. And so I'm going to oppose that and try to sink it and kill you. That's where we're at. That's what we have to try to step back from, but I don't know how you step back from that. There's also the problem like in the Middle East. It's like, how do you get people who have been killing each other for 75 years to...
Yeah, I think that, look, we're gonna need a bigger boat, but I don't think people realize how much we've been manipulated by the social media algorithms that immediately want to identify us as far left, far right, and want to tickle our sensors by convincing us our enemy isn't Russian soldiers pouring over the border in Ukraine. It's your neighbor who has the wrong political sign in his front yard. And it's coarsening our discourse. It's treating us, I've had some friends who supported a mayoral candidate here that I was critical of. I was critical of all of them. And he was very upset with me. And I said, boss, you got to separate your friends from your politics. Otherwise, you're going to lose 50% of your friends. And going back to dating, do you remember the political leanings of anyone you dated in your 20s and 30s? We didn't talk about it. It's yet another reason why young people aren't hooking up.
You're right.
I mean, it just didn't matter. It wasn't our identity. Now it's become your politics, your identity. And if I disagree with your politics, then you're not wrong. You are wrong. I may be parroting what you've said, but all of a sudden it's like, we can't get along because your identity is your politics, and I don't like your identity.
Oh no, I say it all the time. And you're so right. I don't remember what anybody's politics were. And this is especially virulent now because the politics of young men versus young women is so different. It's highly likely that the woman, and by the way, they're both ill-informed.
Right.
Okay, so I'm not being sexist. Nobody knows anything. I think men generally take a slightly bigger interest in politics, but they're morons too. So, like, the woman is just going to be like, the Republicans are, it's like saying Hitler, you know. And trust me, I've had people compare me. So they're like unthinkable. So if the guy voted for Trump, that's just not even, it's like he's a Nazi.
It's a deal killer.
It's like he's a cannibal. And you know, the guys, of course, being guys, are much less concerned about something like politics getting in the way of pussy. Like, I was like that when I was young.
No, I would have changed my political party if I thought I would have gotten away.
I would have said, if she could say I'm a Nazi.
I had a Mondale poster in my fraternity room. It still didn't work. Yeah, like, But actually, young men have changed less politically than women. Women have gotten more progressive. I think a lot of it's because they see an attack on their bodily autonomy, which I think is justified. And I think there's a trope or a myth of young men being these knuckle-dragging MAGA. Most young men believe in bodily autonomy. Most young men believe in equal rights. I think the manosphere gives the general media and the public false impression of.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that's true. Yeah, and some of them are far left.
Oh yeah, I mean
there's lots of young men who are wearing keffiyehs on campus, and there's that too.
Yeah.
By the way, they sometimes are both so dumb that they agree. Like Hassan Piker, he likes Stalin, and so does Nick Fuentes.
Well, you've said this. I think the biggest threat to America is not climate change. I don't even think it's income inequality, although that's right up there. I think it's extremists. And I think the algorithms are saying there's no room in the middle, no one understands you, everyone will hate you. So pick your team and you've got to go dark red or you've got to go incandescent blue. And what's weird is when you know something is a really bad idea is when these two come together. They come together on anti-Semitism. They come together on isolationism.
This Chevalier is going to be a congressperson.
She's about to be the biggest star the Republican Party has ever found.
Right.
They're going to run her ads
She's
over
against
and over.
She's
and
against
over.
race mixing, which puts her right with
I haven't heard that one.
Oh yeah, she's against race mixing. She doesn't like it when men of color get with privilegey white girls.
Right.
So, not race mixing. That's
funny. That's my favorite porn.
See, you said you
That's
do
my
watch
favorite
porn.
genre.
Hey, folks. You know what kills me about American medicine? The second your cholesterol creeps up, which is basically unavoidable if you eat like a normal person in this country, your doctor's got one move: pills. That's it. Numbers went up. Here's a prescription. Well, welcome to the rest of your life as a human Pez dispenser. They want to put you on a lifelong regimen of capsules, and a lot of people naturally are hesitating these days. We don't want to get stuck taking stuff we aren't comfortable with for the rest of our lives. People want options. They want to feel like they actually have a say in how they take care of their own bodies. That's why so many people are turning to gentler alternatives with real, plant-forward ingredients you can actually pronounce. Stuff like turmeric, ginger, pomegranate, and amla. That's where Dose for Cholesterol comes in. It's a clinically backed cholesterol support supplement designed as an alternative way to self-manage your health by targeting triglycerides, LDL, HDL, and total cholesterol levels without making you swallow a daily handful of synthetic junk. Members of my team have been taking Dose, and they've been genuinely encouraged by what they're seeing in their blood work. What I respect about this is the convenience. There are no capsules and no powders to choke down. It's just a daily 2-ounce liquid shot that actually tastes like fresh mango. It gets delivered right to your door, making it dead simple to work into your daily routine and build healthy habits on your own terms. New customers can save 35% on your first month of subscription by going to dosedaily.co/random or entering random at checkout. That's DOSEDAILY.co/random for 35% off your first month subscription. You said you do?
I've tried to modulate it because I think young men.
So how do you get? I heard my justification. I don't think it interferes with a regular sex life. It's super good now. I mean, I remember when it was really not that good and it was on VHS.
Yeah, it's pretty good now.
So the fact that there's and by the way, I've said this on my show, it's sad to me. It says a lot about the educational system that I can endlessly scroll through like Pornhub. Here's the videos that are available, and it looks like every single girl in this country who didn't go to college is sucking dick for a living.
Is that on OnlyFans?
This is not OnlyFans. I mean, there's that too. I've never been on OnlyFans.
Yeah, either have I.
This is just Pornhub. If you can scroll endlessly, and there's an endless amount of women who are, 18 to 30 or whatever, 35, and how many women are doing it? When I first watched porn, there was like 6 porn actresses.
Well, there's some scary stats. In certain areas, lower income cities, 1 out of 3 women under the age of 30 who would objectively identify as in the top quartile of being attractive are on OnlyFans. Basically, OnlyFans is a transfer of wealth from lonely men to women who don't have a lot of economic options.
I call it the masturbation economy.
Well,
this economy runs on masturbation.
Also, there's a huge semi-pro economy, and that is women with real jobs, women who are living in cities where they can't afford to live because inflation is so out of control, and they have a dude in their life, usually an older man who might be paying their rent, and it's become normalized. So the economics drive everything. But back to porn, what I would tell young guys, it's really difficult to tell a young guy not to engage in porn. I don't know if that's realistic. What I would say is modulate it, because being horny, having the mojo to endure rejection is one of the keys to meeting somebody. It is hard to approach a stranger and develop those calluses. And the reason I went on campus every day...
Calluses, I get it.
But the reason I went to college just a mile from here. The reason I went on campus at UCLA was because I was hoping, in the back of my mind, I wanted to see my friends, and I thought there's a decent chance, a small chance, but a decent chance I'll meet someone, invite her on a date, and maybe someday have a relationship and sex. And that motivated me to go on campus.
So you quizzed me on your podcast.
Well, let me finish.
Okay.
At the same time, I think if you're in a relationship, you need to modulate your consumption of porn, because I think expressing desire, affection, and sexual desire to your partner is key to a healthy relationship. And if you're on porn too much, that mojo, that desire starts to diminish.
Just don't jerk off days you're gonna get laid.
Okay, fair enough.
You know, see, that's why we need to work together.
There you go.
You say it like the professor.
Yeah.
And then the
And
monkey.
you keep it real.
Monkey boy comes in.
You keep it real. There you go.
So you
sign up for our crypto university. By the way, the manosphere has been selling this shit, saying this is how you become a man. Unfortunately, it comes off the rails, and they start talking about dominance and a Lamborghini and being just a fucking creep.
Who says this? Who's talking about
God,
that?
the manosphere. Everyone from
like Andrew Tate and all
there's
those
a
guys.
whole.
I know. I saw the documentary on
There's
it.
a whole cohort of
What'd you think of that? Who did it?
Justin, not Justin Thoreau. Justin Thoreau's cousin. Justin's a friend of mine.
Yeah, you're right. Louis Theroux.
Louis Theroux.
Okay, it was a good documentary, and no knock on Louis Theroux, but he goes around talking to these, really sculpted, beautiful-looking manosphere guys, and they're all assholes. But I can see why the chicks are fucking them and not Louis Theroux. That's all I can think of throughout the whole movie.
You get it? You watch the whole thing and think, this makes sense?
They go too far, but it's like if I was a chick. Come on, we are animals. It would be that douchebag and not.
I think a lot of women would like a filmmaker who like Louis Theroux, actually.
Really? I guess we know different.
But the problem, the only thing that I thought was a little bit off about that, and I thought it was really well done, was that the manosphere, there are actually some positive attributes of it. It says, take care of yourself, be fit, be action-oriented, approach women, try and get an economic plan. It starts off fine. The problem is it then goes to dominance and weirdness.
And choking and like all this shit.
And women as property. It becomes really unhealthy.
Yeah.
Really fast.
It's, it sounds like.
And most of it's a grip.
Yeah, and it does
obviously
sound
has some
like
sort of home that it can hide.
the Taliban. That's what it
You think
sounds.
that's the ultimate manosphere?
Well, isn't Andrew Tate Muslim?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying.
I don't think you can blame Islam for Andrew Tate. I think that's more capitalism
I
than
don't think you
Islam.
can blame him, but the ideas about women try to deny that they don't fit. They fit in some ways.
Look, I'm not. I admire what you've talked about in terms of the left lacks a lot of credibility when they refuse to talk about the gender apartheid that is rampant in many of these nations that are theocracies. I think that's absolutely true. I think the manosphere is a function of lonely young men looking for an answer, looking for someone to say, I see you, and then the profit incentive and the ability to go online and say these incendiary things and say, blame women for the romantic problems, blame immigrants for their economic problems, and you'll solve all of these problems if you just sign up for my cheap, one day only $9.95 crypto university on how to trade Bitcoin, right? And if you just listen to me, you're gonna get laid and you're gonna have a Lamborghini. It's basically a grift, it's economic. I would argue it's more capitalist than any religion, but it's It's
But it's similar to how religion works and why it works. You know, people are living lives of quiet desperation in every generation in every possible way. They're susceptible to solutions.
Yeah.
Very susceptible. I guess we've all done it. Can you think of an example in Europe when you were young and dumb that you fell for something?
Oh gosh, what didn't I fall for?
Name 6.
Well, see, what I admire, quite frankly, I would have liked to have done what you did. I wish I didn't have the confidence to do what you did. I thought that being an investment banker would impress strange women and my mom, so I got a job in investment banking. I didn't even know what it was, but I thought that society would find me impressive if I got a job working at Morgan Stanley. And I quickly figured out I was terrible at it, and they didn't like me, and I didn't like them. And so I went back to business school. Had I had more confidence at UCLA, I would have gone into the entertainment industry. But the thing that freaked me out about the entertainment industry, I was at ZBT, ton of people went into the entertainment industry. And when they would come back and I would see their success, it was entirely uncorrelated to their talent. And most of them were behind the camera, agents, writers, but at least for the 10 years, the people who I would have guessed would have been succcessful weren't always, and some other people hit it so big, so fast, and I'm like, that guy? Whereas in something like investment banking, I knew if I work hard enough and I'm fairly smart, eventually I'll make money.
I mean, what you're saying about show business is true. Anybody can hit it. Staying power, and on the top level, it's generally it's mostly the cream does rise to the top. But yes, there is a lot of shit in the middle, and anyone, if you really insist on being in show business, it will find a place for you. You know, you may lose your dignity, and you're naked and afraid, or you're, I don't know, on some reality show, or whatever you're doing. But, you can get in front of a camera.
I think it's increasing. My understanding is only 83%, 83% of SAG-AFTRA union members didn't qualify for health insurance because they made less than $23,000. Of course, my understanding is the industry contracts more about creative. I'm defining the industry too narrowly, but I've said this for a long time. Economic prosperity is inversely related to how sexy an industry is.
Well, and show business are the worst odds in the world.
Yeah.
My example is always, look at any movie. Hey folks, let's be honest, the most exhausting part of losing weight isn't the exercise, it's the endless parade of people telling you they found the secret. Every 6 months, it's a new miracle and new rules. Eat this, don't eat that, count macros, count points. I feel like I need a spreadsheet and a decoder ring just to order lunch. Look, if weight loss has felt like a losing battle, this summer could be different. That's why I think it's interesting that HIMSS is doing. They now offer access to an affordable range of FDA-approved GLP-1 medications, including the Wegovy pill and the Wegovy pen. The Wegovy pill is the first ever GLP-1 pill for weight loss, so there are no needles needed. It helps regulate your appetite, eat less, and keep the weight off when combined with diet and exercise. Everything also happens online, which we're fans of, because who has time to sit in a doctor's office just to hear, yep, you could stand to lose a few. You connect with a licensed provider who decides if treatment is right for you, and if prescribed, it gets delivered right to your door. No insurance necessary, plus you've got access to a care team and nutrition support, recipes, meal plans, the things that actually help you stick with it. Ready to reach your goals? Visit hims.com/clubrandom to get a personalized, affordable plan. That's HIMS.com/clubrandom. HIMS.com/clubrandom. Weight loss by HIMS is not available in all 50 states. Wegovy is the registered trademark of Novo Nordisk A/S. To get started and learn more, including important safety information, Wegovy clinical study information and restrictions, visit HIMS.com. Go back 10 years to any time and look at the credits at the end of the movie, and you'll recognize the first 3 names. And then there's 25 other names who were in that movie from 1985, and they all thought they were going to have a career and be stars, and none of them have no idea who they are. They got in a movie, it didn't go anywhere. That's the percentage of people for who this business is good for is very low. But of course, they see all this stuff where they read about in the tabloids and see on TV. It's the people who are, it's Rihanna going to Ebaldi again tonight, and an entourage and people taking pictures, and that's what, and boy, this country, it does adore fame. It's the old, thing that Warhol said about everybody will be famous for 15 minutes. That was one of the more prescient things anybody ever said, because with social media, anybody can have some level of following. It's not like there's this stark demarcation between the famous and the not famous. It's like there's just crazy amounts of people have some level of fame. If you have 1 million followers, that's somewhat famous. One reason why we have so much trouble with community, because we don't all follow the same people. I don't know who the people who are 22, who they're getting their news from. It's probably not me.
Yeah, the long tail is pretty long. It's what's interesting in surveys, young people would rather be, if given the choice of being famous and rich, now a decent number, even sometimes the majority of young people would rather be famous.
Yes.
And my father said something to me right before he passed. By the way, I think the reason I'm so nervous when I go on your show, I'm very nervous, is I think my dad's watching. My dad will only watch two things. He'll watch the Toronto Maple Leafs, and he'll watch your show. So whenever I go on your show, I think my dad's watching.
Thank you.
Anyways, but he said to me the year before he passed, he said, I'm worried about you. My dad's not a very feeling guy. And I'm like, what's up? And he said, the key to happiness in America is to be rich and anonymous, and you're losing your anonymity. And it's a threat. They're going to come for you. And it really shook me, because I think that I've gotten caught up in a little bit of fame. I have just the right amount of fame. People are nice to me. People recognize me.
Right.
And the thing I can't get over, and the reason why
I would say the same about me.
The reason I would really like mandatory national service is I can't get over how awful people are online, and I equally, just as much disbelief around how lovely they are in person. People say the nicest things.
So true.
Introduce you to their kids.
Exactly.
Want a picture.
And it's not like when you walk into a room, there aren't people in that room, at least in my case, probably yours, who don't like you. They just don't come up to you. They exist.
Yeah, they keep it to themselves.
They keep it to themselves. The number of times that's happened to me, as controversial as I am, in the number of years I've been on, it's crazy how few times that's ever happened. Like less than 2 hands worth. You're right. The people who come up to you are the people who like you. And for me, this was my Mark Twain speech, was all about the fans. It was like, I never had the media. I never had the show business establishment. What I had was the fans. They got me. And the things they say to me are like, oh, okay. That told me, yes, people are understanding what I'm doing here. Not the media.
I'm curious if you get this, because I don't have nearly the footprint you have, but we're both sort of similar on the political centrum, and that is, I think of myself as a raging moderate. Now I'm 0 to 100, I like to think I'm at 50. And do you get this? I get constantly people come up to me and say, while I don't always agree with everything you say,
exactly,
I appreciate you make me think. And I'm like, I don't always agree with what I say.
Right.
10 minutes after I say some shit, I go, God, that was fucking stupid. What was I thinking?
People really do appreciate the person who is willing to be in the middle and willing to adjudicate every issue that comes along by the issue.
Yeah,
I always say this to the younger people who are like, get off the lawn, person, and you're boomers. Like, that's not an argument. That's actually a prejudice.
Mm-hmm.
That's a prejudice. That's not an argument. Engage with the idea. Is the idea of what I'm saying wrong? If it is, tell me why. We can have that discussion. But don't just say, you can't talk because you're old. Or, imagine if you can't talk because you're black or a woman or gay. It's ridiculous.
But the place we differ a little bit, I'm an ageist. And I think also biology is ageist. And I think a lot of the world's problems can be reverse engineered to a system that rewards incumbency, and we end up with people with their finger on the button who are in a hospital somewhere and clearly can't speak or operate, and that people just want to leave the stage.
Yeah, but the price of that is that you throw out with the bathwater people who are absolutely smarter and better because they still have their marbles and they've seen it all. There's no substitute for having seen things before. You see patterns. That's why being older is the great saving grace, wisdom. And wisdom just comes down to that. Oh, yeah, I saw that when I was 22 and it fucked me hard. And I saw it again when I was 30. I still quite hadn't got through my head. Oh, but now I'm 40. You're not going to fool me on that again. And that, as a president, is a great quality.
Okay, a 65-year-old has seen enough and seen a lot. An 80-year-old needs to see their grandkids more and have their driver's license taken from them.
So, Obama, he's probably 66 now, 65? Yeah. Okay, so he's certainly got all his marbles. My favorite president, really, in a long, like, I don't know, Lincoln or somebody who did some great shit. I thought he was a true centrist, you know. I thought the biggest mistake the Republicans ever made was trying to, portray him as a leftist because he wasn't, and it just made you look like racist, which some of you are. Okay, so say he's 10 years from now, and he's no different because he's not obese.
He's not going to be the same person in 10 years, Bill. Our brain shrinks 1% a year from 45.
You know what? It's okay. Maybe some people had so much extra. So I'm 70. You're saying in 5 years I'm done. I'm cooked.
No, you're not done. But I don't think you should be able to run for president.
I'm not going to. So you don't have to worry about it.
I think if people want to tune in for a show and listen to it, really fine. But if you can't be a pilot at 65,
that's
let me ask you this. If every world leader over the age of 75 decided to leave the stage, would the world be a better or worse place?
I don't know. It's a case-by-case basis. I am a believer in the individual. I think it's a terrible idea to tell people at a certain specific...
You're playing that for me?
At one point, you seemed to be engaging with it.
You're welcome amongst us, provided you swear to never treat our lives the same callous way you did your own.
Sounds like my read on you was right then. You got a kind soul under all that armor and formality. Anyway, might be a hard sell with the way things turned out, but I know my way around a sword better than most. This bet'll come good, trust me.
Who are you listening to?
They're mine now.
Sure.
Judgment shall strike them. Witness the might of an angel. I take to the skies. It's my duty as a priestess. I'll do what I can. I'll do it. I'll never hold myself back.
Hope you've made your peace. I didn't have a choice. Let's take what's ours. Won't take long. I'll make it quick. No hard feelings. Go on. Sure. Hope you've made your peace. See ya. Time for payback. I didn't have a choice. Yeah? There in a second. I'll make it quick.
How's that for good?
No hard feelings. Let's take what's ours.
Keep a level head, everyone. Your orders, if you would. Understood.
I'm far from helpless. I can handle it. You'll not be disappointed.
Where next?
You pay me more for this.
Where should I go? Advancing.
Go on. I owe you. Yeah? Thanks for that. Let's take what's ours.
Time to prove myself. Looks like I win. Your orders, if you would. Brace yourself. So far, so good. Whenever you need me. Heading there now.
Yeah? Go on. I owe you. Let's take what's ours. Won't take long.
Time to prove myself. Not a problem.
There, do you see it?
I just saw it. Yeah.
Let's keep going. Brace yourself. break in peace. Can't even grab my dagger. Let's take what's ours.
I'm not sure what exactly to do about it. They're so good at running and hiding.
Why do you lose that traps?
But I also don't want to kill it. I barely got it because look at him, how I saw his hairy little butt crawl under that door. Yeah, didn't get to see him from the front, Billy, but.
Where should I go?
Well, it's not like having a snake in your house, but it's not great.
Okay.
Level head, everyone. Your orders, if you would. Advancing. I'll make it quick. I didn't have a choice. Go on. Won't take long. Time to prove myself.
One of the many benefits of old age. I move forward in the light of the divine. Lord is slain, sir. Another village has succumbed.
Then you know what must be done. Gather them into the holding pens, the fit and the infernal like. Both will be of use to us.
Is that wise in this downpour, sir? Some of the inhabitants have grown quite frail.
The march of progress ever demands new feet to walk it. There can be no tests without subjects, and those unwilling to sacrifice will never know the sublime beauty of discovery.
I assure you, I won't complain of you. Pitiful souls had to perish in transit either.
Sir Baltro.
Come to clean your corpses, have you? Take what you will. We've enough rotting flesh to satisfy even your ravenous want for death. Though, not for long, perhaps. This may be the final slew I'm able to offer.
The experiments are proving successful.
That's not for you to know. Now have you come to collect? Or do you simply wish to interrogate us instead?
Neither. Those who defy as an oiler's room draw close to your lands. His Majesty would see them tossed like all the rest upon your mountains of carrion.
The rebels? Here? No. I've come too far to let my work fall unfinished.
You've little need to worry. My men are yours to command in the battle ahead.
A welcome gift, and one I'll gladly accept. Tatiana, stay here and ensure the experiments continue as scheduled.
Yes, my lord.
Guards, rally the defenses. We depart anon.
hubris knows no bounds, wretch. One as revolting as you is unfit to stand in the company of Lord Gislaine. Only by his word have I let your presence go unimpeded. Now go. Gather the dead and be quit of this manner before you drain my patience any further.
Was it right there? Let's take what's ours.
Judgment shall strike them. Witness the might of an angel. I depart.
Level head, everyone. Where should I go? Go on.
It's my duty as a priestess. How can I help? I'll do it.
Whenever you need me. Understood. Your orders, if you would. Heading there now.
I'm far from helpless.
Let's take what's ours. There in a second. I think I'm out.
I can win this. Nothing's stopping me now. Just like I thought. I'll do what I can.
Whenever you need me. Need it.
Let me take this one.
There's too much time for payback. See ya.
How can I help?
Where should I go?
You'll not be disappointed. divine blessing. As you say, you'll not be disappointed. Your will shall be done. I'm far from helpless. Right. I'm ready for anything. You best make this count. Just like I thought. You're too strong. I can do it. Just a second.
I can always train harder.
I'm listening. I'll do what I can. We might have...
Stay back.
How do I get out of it? I'm here to help. I need to take a break.
I'm feeling a bit faint.
I'll not go easy on you. Greatest strength to keep Sharon safe. I'm too tired to take flight. I stand ready.
Go on.
house.
Where?
It ran from the bedroom down back to the kitchen, towards the kitchen.
That's ridiculous. Why is it doing that in the middle of the fucking day?
Trust me, if I knew.
So far, so good. Yeah? Disgrace or something.
Take notes, Lex.
Looks like I win. I'm not quite at my best. I can keep going. I might have miscalculated. I'm not quite at my best. All better now. Your orders, if you would. Go on. It's time to prove myself.
What should I do? I'll head over now. I stand ready. I take to the skies. I'll do what I can. Of course. I'm feeling a bit faint. Yes, I concur. I'll do what I can. I can handle it.
Brace yourself. Another step on the path of progress.
I hope you're ready.
It's time to prove myself. No complaints here. Let's keep going.
What should I do? I'll do what I can.
Joining the battle. Your orders, please. Sir.
It seems I've arrived.
I didn't have a choice.
Time grows short. I'll head over now.
Where should I go? Whenever you need me.
Witness the might of an angel. Your will shall be done. Yeah, you'll not be disappointed. I depart. Let's begin, shall we?
Yeah? Won't take long.
Blasphemous fool. I'll not go easy. I seem to be trying.
I'll make it quick. Hope you make your cake.
Allow me. I may not escape. Any who follow my path must perish.
I have this one.
Like I lose, I'll not go easy on you. I'll preserve this place and our research with my very life. This is home. Purging the
rife with corpses of the townsfolk in every which corner.
Likely victims of the plague. Tell our men to stay well clear of its walls.
But of course,
Rumors speak of your lord using his own people for dark experiments into the plague that sweeps this land. What say you?
You're a band of benighted fools if you believe such tripe.
Come on, Elaine. There's only one way to find out what he was up to. We've got to search the manor.
You won't disturb Lord Gislane's research. Not while I still draw breath.
Then perhaps you'd be willing to serve as our guide instead. Tell us everything that's transpired here, Tatiana. Please.
This manor is where Lord Gislane conducted his research.
You know, I was expecting some kind of horrible monster under that mask. Turns out you're just a regular girl.
It was years ago that this horrific illness first emerged, swept through our populace like the fiercest wildfire. Lord Gislane's wife was among the victims. He was never quite the same after that. So intense was his contempt for the plague, he made it his sole mission in life to find the cure. Even if it meant enlisting the services of a monstrous necromancer.
and thus, Gislane victimized his own people for his experiments, then proffered their vacant bodies before this necromancer.
You misjudge him. My lord studied every method, every medicine in his quest to rid the world of this plague. Absent a clear answer, he had little choice but to craft hypotheses and pursue them to their natural conclusions. No solution could be discarded without explicit proof of its faults, nor could any be affirmed as truly effective.
Such excuses are lost on the dead.
Their sacrifices were not in vain.
You thought he found a cure?
Not completely. The texts he was given were rife with half-truths and outright lies alike. But the seed is there, and it can grow if you only let me water it. Please, the answer is finally within arm's reach.
A cure would be most welcome indeed, were this disease to befall our army. Though, should it mean allowing such ignominious research to continue unabated? What say you, my prince?
You have my trust, Tatiana. Take up the duty Gislaine held so dear and see it through to the very end. What about the rumors? Buying into this thing's not gonna reflect on us too good. We meet them head on. As long as the sick are treated with dignity and honor, that tide will turn. In the end, these studies are meant to benefit all who call Fevrith If he was even half the man you claim, that was Lord Gislane's intention from the very beginning.
Am I to face no sentence?
Our enemy here is Zenoira, not you.
You only mean to shackle me in their stead.
The liberation exists to grant freedom, not oppress the downtrodden further.
In that case, I'd like to exercise my freedom to join you on that journey.
What about your cure?
To be candid with you, it's almost finished. And if so, then I needn't stay here myself. My men should be more than capable of handling the rest. As for me, I'll take this opportunity to walk beside the men who robbed this world of Lord Gislane's grace, to see what ideals he chooses to fight, and ultimately to die for. And, when that moment inevitably arrives, to be the one to sound the death knell myself.
Come on, only an idiot would let you very well then. Should have known that was coming. Be warned, you may be awaiting my death a great many years. That, and you'll be expected to earn your keep in the meantime.
shout, I stand ready. I take to the skies.
No surprise there. Let's take what's ours.
It's my duty as a priest. How can I help? I'll do it. Blasphemous fool. Just a second. May the Father watch over us. You'll not be disappointed. Your will shall be done. You're too strong.
I'll try.
This may prove difficult. I'm here to help.
My moment has finally... What do you need? I'm listening. What do you need? Of course.
A good time for some research. What should I do? Watch this. What should I do? It's my duty as a priestess. I'm far from helpless. Right. How do I get out of this?
You best make this count.
Are you serious? We might
Almost dire. Particularly I can do it.
How do I get out of this?
Let me help.
That wasn't so bad. We have to keep trying.
I'll make my mark. I'll do what I can.
Maybe I should heal.
What do you need? Yes, I concur.
I'm able to search your strong.
Stay back.
I seem to be trembling.
You best make this count.
Just a second.
Are you seriously sleeping on a live stream? Can you, like, take that down? I really don't like that being up just for no reason.